Good call to order the Tipp City Extended Village Schools board meeting for a work session today, May 9th, 2022. Time is now 5:01 p.m. Start the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Boss, if you could take attendance of the board members.
Amber Drum. Here. Teresa Dunaway. Richard Maines.
Here.
Simon Patrick.
Here.
And Zakor.
Here.
We have a quorum. We can begin the meeting.
Start with item 1C, approval of the agenda. Any discussion or motion to amend?
I have a motion to amend.
All right.
I'd like to add, if possible, the Tipp High School graduation date for 2023. Discussion.
So I'm sorry, did you second that?
Yes, I would like to second that, yeah.
Motion to add the 2023 Tipp High School graduation, motion by Mrs. Zakor and seconded by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion as to the merits of adding it to our work session? Hearing no discussion, I think we're ready for a vote.
And I want to clarify graduation date 2023. Yeah, not this year, of course. Okay, make sure I have it typed correctly. So I've got the first with Ann, Zakor, the second, sorry, it was Amber. Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Motion passes. Item will be added. Let's add it. I guess what would make sense to me would be 3E. Discussion items. Any other motions of discussion? Hearing none, we're on to new business 2A, revised graduating class of 2022. The recommended action is approval of 200 graduates for the graduation class of 2022, subject to successful completion of all requirements for graduation and fulfillment of all obligations. The senior's last day will be May 20th, 2022, and there's public content attached. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Maines, second by Mrs. Zakor. Mr. Maines, did you have any discussion?
The only discussion I have is I somewhat apologize. I will not be able to make the graduation ceremony. My granddaughter is getting married that day and at 3:30 in the afternoon, so I know I won't be out of there in time. But I know several of the seniors. I love these kids and I wish I could be there. Very hard discussion, very hard decision for me to make. But congratulations to all of them.
Mrs. Zakor?
No, I'm fine. Just congratulations to the class.
Anyone else? I also extend my congratulations to the class. Having no other discussion, Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote, please.
Maines,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
and Patrick.
Yes. Motion passes. Next item is 2B, Miami County Foundation Grant Acceptance. Recommended action is recommended approval to accept $4,155 in grant dollars from the Miami County Foundation for the below referenced items. Specifically, the Tipp High School band trailer, Stephen Moneth at $3,000, and then Broadway Elementary, the sensory room, and egress at $1,155. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Maines and seconded by Mrs. Drum. Mr. Maines, did you have anything?
No, just two great programs. I think it's a good thing for them.
Mrs. Drum, anything else?
Just thanks for the grants. Appreciate it.
Mr. Core?
Absolutely. Thank you for the money. It's precious, especially these days.
I'd also like to extend my appreciation for the grant. I know further discussion. Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote.
Maines,
Yes,
Drum,
Yes.
Yes.
Patrick, Zakor.
Yes.
Next item up is the curriculum committee. The recommended action is to recommend approval of the following: art, music, drama, and physical education and health and world languages and cultures committee members for the 2021-2022 school year. Specifically, each staff member stated below will be paid $850 for their service per TCEA master agreement, supplementary salary schedules, level 9. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Maines, seconded by Mrs. Drum. Mr. Maines, did you have anything?
No,
Mrs. Drum, did you have anything?
No, just thanks for the excellent work.
Mrs. Zakor?
No, thank you also.
Also like to thank the committee. Anything else? All right. Hearing no other discussion, Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote, please.
Maines,
yes,
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
and Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item next items are under discussion items, section 3, beginning with 3A facilities discussion. I'd open the floor up to our presenters for the facilities discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. I will start this evening. One to share with the board just a bullet point list of where the facilities committee has been and the spot where we are, and then I will turn it over. We're pleased to have Mike Richley here of Richley Architects, and he has provided free consultation to the committee, and we love that. We appreciate his dedication to Tipp City and helping out our committee. And here's what's been happening since pretty much January. District's facilities committee has been meeting regularly to determine how best to proceed with our elementary schools, new construction and or renovations. The most recent meeting, we added Ms. Junker from TCEA to begin a teacher representation on the committee. In the past, the committee met with energy optimizers, and we obtained a proposal to renovate Broadway, Nevin Coppic, and LT Ball. This proposal was at no cost to the district. The original LT Ball wraparound plan did not include a proposal or cost for a maintenance building, but it did include the bus garage. So that's just an informational piece. At the request of the Board of Education, the committee initiated contact with Richley Architects to do an apples to apples comparison of the renovation costs and project details versus a new build cost. This again was at no cost to the district. We appreciate both the companies for helping us out with our planning process. Richley also met with energy optimizers to assist with the side-by-side comparison. As a result of the meeting, Richley completed the comparison and presented it to our committee. Using the comparison as a starting point, Mike Richley presented to the committee several options for consideration. The committee discussed these options at length and narrowed them down. The committee is extremely confident that we're making good progress on a plan that our community can support. At one of the meetings, we talked about the failed plan and asked if not the K-5 wraparound at LT Ball, what are our other options? We asked this because several potential challenges with the original plan were received from staff and community members. Keep in mind, just conversations. We have no finalized plan in place at this time. And the feedback that we received was not obtained from any formal type of survey. Some of the concerns about the K-5 proposal: if we put the K-5 proposal on the LT Ball site, we would have roughly 70% of our student population on one campus. The sports complex is also located on this campus, which will bring more students, families, and traffic to the site in the afternoons. The 70% on one site would increase the traffic flow that is already there, and it would also increase it in the surrounding neighborhoods. And we need to make sure that that's adequately addressed if we take that direction. There was an open gym concept with the original plan. Staff commented negatively about that. And in our discussions, Mike Richley said that that was something that could be addressed in renovations to the plan. We also need to address administration and support personnel at any building that we determine, or at all the buildings in any of the plans. And right now, there were some folks that didn't believe with the K through 5 proposal that all those decisions had been made. And then if all the if the option is that all the students end up K through 5 at one site, then there is a decision to be made about what happens to the current Broadway location. So those are just some of the items out there to consider as we move forward. You did receive some preliminary handouts that we will make public once the meeting is over. But with that in mind, I'd like to turn it over to Mike and see if he'd like to present any information before we open it up for questions and answers.
Sure. Thank you very much. And Ms. Zakor, Ms. Drum, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've met other board members, so thank you for the opportunity to be here. Hopefully I can help be a resource for you as you go through this process.
Thank you.
So a couple of specific tasks I was charged with was to revise the cost of the 2019 plan to today's dollars. Secondly, was to then compare that to the Energy Optimizers report and kind of look for the differences between the two. And then the third, we could talk about some of the other options on the table. So hopefully I can quickly go through those. The first task was the budget update. Hopefully you can see this on my screen, but in 2019, the project that was before voters was $35.7 million.
Excuse me. Mr.
Yes.
If we have a handout, if we do happen to have a handout, could you please direct us to the handout before you start your?
They don't have that one.
Yeah,
They don't have that one.
yeah, and I'm not
Okay.
privy to what handouts exactly you
Okay.
have, but okay. So apparently you do not have the same.
That's fine. I just wanted to know, so I'm not rooting around.
Sure, and this is, all this is the budget from last time, as kind of a baseline. So this was a $35.7 million plan in 2019. And the first question we were trying to ask is, okay, if we took that and put it up to $23, because we're conceptualizing here a May of 23 bond issue, potentially, what would that look like? And I did that. There was one bit of scope that was added. I just want to describe this to you. In 2019, there was a moratorium on the storm shelter requirement. That moratorium expires November of 22. So any district planning work in 23 or out really is advisable to include a budget for a storm shelter in the plan, at least until such time as the state may extend the moratorium. Any question about what a storm shelter is? Be helpful to, would it be helpful to describe what storm shelter is? Okay. So,
I have a question.
yes.
When you say it's a state requirement now,
Yes.
is that only on a new build, or is that if you're renovating an old building?
It's a requirement for Group E occupancy, which is educational occupancy. It's a requirement on new build. It's actually currently not a requirement because there's a moratorium. But when that moratorium is lifted, it will be a requirement. The question on its requirement for renovations is really a matter up to the local jurisdiction of authority. For example, let's say you go to Miami County and you say, I'm investing $35 million in your old buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And then having a discussion with the jurisdiction authority to say, okay, does that trigger, in your opinion, an upgrade to add a storm shelter to that renovating plan? Recognizing that creating a storm shelter and a renovation is very, very challenging.
Yeah.
Very, very challenging. So it's a little bit of a gray area on the renovation, but for sure on the new, unless the moratorium is extended. Real quick on what a storm shelter is, we're required to house all the occupants of the school, so all the students and all the teachers, into a space that can withstand 250-mile-an-hour winds. So that's an EF5. So kind of the mental picture is a very significant tornado event where structures are wiped to slab. So we need to create a structure that will house the population of that building in the event of a tornado. So that scope was added to this revised budget. And I do believe you have this spreadsheet, the revised budget. So the bottom line on it is the same plan in today's dollars with the added storm shelter is approximately $51.4 million.
I'm sorry, what is that again?
The 2019 plan in 2023 dollars is $51.4 million
With the storm shelter.
with
is
the
that
storm
right?
shelter included, yes.
Okay.
So if the moratorium is extended, the board would have the option of either doing the storm shelter or not. And there could be some discussion on the merits of that.
How much would that be, the storm shelter itself?
So what I added to the budget was a $1.5 million hardening factor on existing square footage. So for example, let's say you're building a new gymnasium. We would take $1.5 million, add it to that existing square footage to harden it. By hardening it, exterior walls that are 16-inch CMU, grouted solid with rebar, massive footings, a roof structure that's concrete tees. So it's essentially taking another $1.5 million and making the walls thicker and the ceilings more resilient.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I read this a while back where they were using gymnasiums and building them for that dual purpose,
Yes.
correct?
That's a popular strategy. The benefits of gymnasiums is when you plan for square footage for this event,
Mhm.
in a gym, you can get the folks tighter. They can sit tighter in a gym, which means the entire space needed to house the folks is less. Conversely, if you decided to make kindergarten rooms, for example, a tornado shelter, you have to subtract the square footage of all the furniture in there. So you actually need more square footage to house the same number of people, and now your tornado shelter is growing. And so
it's the cost, yeah.
now the flip side of a gym is it's very tall walls. And when you're talking about 250-mile-an-hour winds on a very tall wall, you have to build massive footings for all the overturning moment and whatnot. So, but yes, gymnasiums are a good approach.
So why don't they lower the walls over the seat or the ceiling over the seats architecturally and leave the center part?
The trade-off is athletics. If you want to play basketball or do volleyball in a gym, that really wants a higher clearance to the bottom side of structure. So from a tornado shelter's perspective, you'd want that gym as low as possible.
Right.
But from an athletics perspective, you've got to have a certain height in that gym to be able to.
What I'm saying is you don't play basketball in the seating area. It never made sense why you have this big shell, all uniform height, when you could architecturally slant it over the seats and then do the center part at the heights you need for sports.
Generally speaking, all the gyms we're talking about in this particular project really won't have much seating because these are elementary gyms.
Okay.
If there are any questions on that budget increase, if not, I'll move on to the next part. This. And the second part was Energy Optimizers came in and did a report for the district and did a great job at this. The lens they used for this report was a renovation of Tipp Central, Broadway, and Nebenkoppach. So that was their perspective when they put this together. I was tasked with comparing and contrasting this report with the 2019 plan in 2023 dollars. So this was a $36 million plan, and our current plan is 51.4. So I was kind of tasked with describing what those differences are. I would first like to say, I don't want anything that I'm saying to make it sound like energy optimizers missed stuff or weren't thorough or were complete. They did a great job on this. They were just looking at it through a particular lens, and I'm kind of looking at it through a different lens. So don't want to make sure I characterize this as anything against their work, because it was really helpful. Okay, yeah, so up next is a spreadsheet here, which I believe you do have a copy of.
Yes.
And the way this is organized is in that column, it says EO Reno Plan. That stands for the Energy Optimizers Renovation Plan. And the column next to it says LT Ball Add Reno Plan. Add stands for addition. So at that time, it was the LT Ball Addition Renovation Plan. And then the differences between the two. I'm going to move through these pretty quickly. For sure, ask questions or slow me down if I'm moving too fast. First one's pretty obvious but important. The LT Ball plan affected grades pre-K to 5, and the Energy Optimizers plan only went up to grades 3. There was no work in LT Ball in that Energy Optimizers report, so that was a big difference. Numbers of buildings on sites. If you do all renovation, you're going to have 5 buildings on 3 sites. The LT Ball plan had 3 buildings on 2 sites. Next up, transitions. Transitions are what we describe as moving from one building to the other. So in the Energy Optimizers plan, you have essentially 4 transitions, because students are going from a K1 to a 2-3 to a 4-5 to a 6-8 to a 9-12. And the LT Ball plan had essentially 2 transitions, going from a K5 to a 6-8 to a 9-12. The scope was different. The Energy Optimizers plan affected 141,000 square feet. The LT Ball plan was 162,000 square feet. The duration in the Energy Optimizers plan was that it was a 4-year, 3-phase plan. Renovate Tipp Central first, and they were going to move Broadway into Tipp Central, renovate Broadway. And then they're going to move Coppic into Tipp Central and renovate Coppic. So it was a 1, 2, 3. There was more steps in that process. Versus the LT Ball plan has fewer steps, approximately 2.5-year plan in a 2-phase. The cost, the $36 million, the lens they looked at this was in present dollar costs only. So their costs were for March of 2022. And the $51.4 million plan number I gave you included escalation. So it included the design phase starting in spring of 23, construction starting in 2024.
Is there any information on this in terms of interest rates?
I am not prepared to present the financials, but I know Mr. Baird is,
Okay.
and he would probably be best to answer the interest rate portion of this. LT Ball work, again, there was no work envisioned in the Energy Optimizers plan, and we have 8.5 million in improvements in the other one. And you may be aware of those classrooms at LT Ball. There's 4 classrooms in each quadrant that not only they don't have windows, but they don't have hallways to them. So we have budget to make those improvements and deal with it. From a state funding, OFCC, it's unlikely they would participate in an all renovation plan due to kind of the age and the condition of the buildings. And I do believe we still have the option for OFCC with the LT Ball plan. LEED certification is not likely versus LT Ball. LEED certification would have been a goal. Achieving silver, that's the green building strategies. Phasing implications. In the phasing of the Energy Optimizers plan, they were going to renovate Tipp Central first. That houses 17 classrooms today. And I was just questioning whether that building would be large enough to swing Copic, which has 24 classrooms, or Broadway, which has 28 classrooms into it. And I would just recommend that we would likely need to add modulars to Tipp Central to allow that phasing strategy to work. Yes, sir.
Did their estimate include modular classrooms?
No.
Okay.
Storm shelter, energy optimized is not included in the LT ball plan. It is included. The next step is a bucket I call reprogramming. So for example, the entry vestibule condition at Broadway and Copic, where you walk through and you kind of into the building and the way the offices are configured and you don't have a secure vestibule, that was all staying the same. And if you had a newer project like the LT ball, you could design and fix that. Kindergarten room sizes are varied if you keep the existing buildings. And in the LT ball plan, they're all standardized at 1,080 square feet. Small group rooms, this is where we have photographs of teachers doing pullouts or working with kids out in hallways. Those were not provided in the renovation plan. In the LT ball plan, we had about 24 of them. Floor to floor height at Broadway is 11 feet 1 inches, and the new we probably go 14 feet. So having larger floor to floor heights provides better long-term flexibility in terms of technology and as systems change over time.
Why is that? I don't understand.
Like an example would be, I don't know if you've been to like hospitals or no hospital work, you know, when hospitals replace a hospital, they come back with a new one and you look at them side by side. And these new ones have massive floor to floor heights compared to the old. Broadway, if you take the ceiling tile out of Broadway, you probably have about 6 inches before you hit structure. So you can imagine over time, the challenge of adding air conditioning, adding technology when there's no space to do that. So what we like to do is come back with a higher floor to floor height, which provides more of that interstitial mechanical space that allows you over time to be able to access it and modify it.
Okay, thank you.
But that's a great example. If you're going to renovate Broadway, you're not going to fix that, right? The floor to floor is the floor to floor, and you just have to work around it.
Mike, can I add something in there?
Yes, sir.
The easier way to understand that, at least for me, you know, Mike's talking floor to floor. It turns into ceiling height to the next floor. There's bigger space in there, so you can do infrastructure type of work, you know, between the ceiling tiles and where the next floor.
Or dead space. So to speak.
Yeah, like your wires.
Yes. In the renovation plan, there's no wall insulation in the building, so it was not being added. Versus in a new build, we're looking at least R29 in the walls. A plumbing system, the plan had the replacement of restroom plumbing, but all other plumbing in the building was to remain. And in the LT ball plan, it would all be new plumbing. Classroom technology and the energy optimizer plan, they were reusing existing, and in a new, you would have a whole new suite of tech. So ultra short throw projectors, sound reinforcement systems, media players, document cameras, Elmos, all the stuff that teachers use in their classrooms. That one, existing casework. Casework is like the built-ins in classrooms with the sinks. That was all remaining. In the LT ball plan, they would have all had new casework in sinks in each of the classrooms. Furniture, they were replacing student desks and chairs only, but in a new plan, we were doing all new furniture. So there's a lot more furniture in a classroom than just desks and chairs. There's teachers' desks, there's book storage, there's wall cabinets, there's all kinds of items. A gym floor was a synthetic versus a wood floor. Kitchen equipment, we would have gone all new, and they were just replacing refrigeration only. Life safety, you have some existing conditions at Broadway in particular where your stair handrails and guardrails don't meet code. So those were staying as is versus LT ball, we would have had code compliant guardrails and handrails. ADA, in particular at Broadway, it might be possible, but it's tricky. There's a lot of grade, a lot of things moving around in subterranean there. So I'd want to make sure that we have all the ramps needed and all the accessible ramps needed at Broadway versus that LT Ball. Everything was on the first floor and then there were elevators up to the second floor. It's pretty accessible. Daylighting, Broadway has approximately 10 classrooms with some really narrow sliver windows. That was all going to stay. Versus in the LT Ball plan, we would have a minimum 2 35 square foot windows in each classroom. So those were the differences in summary between what was in the original energy optimizers assessment and what was in that updated LT Ball assessment. Yes.
Couple questions. On the cost, you said $35.9 million on the energy optimizers plans, and today's dollars, meaning once you add to the 2023, there's going to be an increase in that number. All right, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the, I guess, item 17, you missed that one, the site work.
Yeah, this was a little kind of a strange comparison, but we had a lot more dollars in site work at Hyatt. And the reason why is because we needed them. A turn lane as part of the traffic study. We're taking down the bus garage. There was just a lot of site work. If you pull up, well, I can do that later. If you pull up a site plan on that Hyatt site, yes, you're doing a pre-K to 5, but you're making improvements on a campus that serves pre-K to 8. Versus at Broadway, one of the benefits of that Broadway site is there's not a lot of site work needed there. You've got the public streets, you've got the public parking. So that was a comparison where I think you actually have a penalty to be at Hyatt compared to Broadway.
And on item 30, the structure,
Yes. Sure. So Energy Optimizers had a masonry contractor look at the skin of the building. They did a great job. Came up with a list of structural implications on the skin and things that need to be fixed. I would just encourage the board that if there was a real appetite to pursue renovating Broadway, that we bring in a structural engineer to look at things like differential settlement, potentially cracking of exterior walls, and things that were kind of beyond the scope of the Energy Optimizers report.
so when we thought we had a structural engineering report that said it was quote unquote sound, my understanding from the presentation of the facilities committee was that it was not a structural engineer that evaluated the building, and it was only evaluating the veneer or the outside shell, not necessarily the integrity of the building itself, and that once you start renovating, you could find that you have issues.
That's correct. It was my understanding is a masonry contractor's report. That masonry contractor was very qualified and knows what he's doing. He's seen a lot of old school buildings, and likely in his opinion, he probably stated his opinion in there. But my recommendation to the board, if you're moving forward with a significantly sized project to renovate Broadway, I would want a structural engineer to look at it also.
Okay, we were told it was going to be a structural engineer analysis. This board was told that.
Yeah, and I can't argue or defend that point. I wasn't the one who I wasn't part of that. It was a
So
different
how
process.
did that happen? I don't understand. You know, we need to be, it's not like a fine little difference. It's a clear difference between someone with a masonry versus a structural engineering perspective. How did that happen? We were told it was structural engineers are going to look at that and give us that report.
The report that we had was that it was a structural analysis, and it was kind of a surprise to us when Mike said he had a conversation with Energy Optimizers, and it was masonry, contractors rather than structural analysis involved in that report. So that was kind of a big deal. Ms. Hagan says she did some checking, and they said that the typical flow is that you start with the masonry, masonry engineer, masonry is a title, contractor, masonry contractor, and then when you start to get into the renovation project, you have a structural contractor or structural engineer coming in to follow up, with the report on the masonry engineer. But I was under the impression when they said that the building was structurally sound, I was under the impression as well that that gave it the good housekeeping seal of approval, and the building was checked top to bottom. But found that we had the beginnings of that process, but we didn't have the entire process.
So we need to ask them, Energy Optimizer, to redress that issue.
Ms. Hagan, I'm trying to remember your whole conversation you had with them. How does that next step in that process go?
They said they would hire a structural engineer to come in for the final phase if that was an option we were serious about, but obviously it would come at a cost. And when I reached out to a non-biased out-of-state civil engineering group, I asked them some detailed questions of what is this process? How does this work? Because we all took the structural analysis as that was the full package. And they said, well, typically what happens is your masonry gentlemen are the ones that come out. They're going to notice where your main issues are. And then if they see something of high concern, then they go to the next step, which is your structural engineer. However, it's like anything, if you have an old home and you start working on a project and you run into an issue, you don't know it until you are actually tearing into it. So the company was very good to say, I don't really feel like they misled you. This is a process, but because that's not your specialty, you would have misunderstood and assumed that the structural analysis was like the final report. So I said, okay, so I did reach out to them and they said that they could definitely get a structural engineer out there, which we did have with the insurance company when we had the issue over Central that we had to repair the lintels. And the structural engineer wording from the insurance company was exactly the same as the masonry gentleman that found the problem. So the blessing in the structural analysis is that we did find that problem before something very serious happened. And what they stated was exactly what the structural engineer had said. But they said if we felt more secure, that they would definitely go that next step, but they didn't want to bring on a lot of expenses to the district unless that was something we were very serious about.
Can I? I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did they happen to say what? Because with an old house, when things break, it goes from like $20 to like $30,000.
Right.
So did they give like an estimate of what things we could run into, how much that could cost in the long term? Because the numbers will start to get closer together depending on what our issues are.
The free proposal that they did up, Energy Optimizers, it did include an amount in there for structural engineers to come in.
Okay.
It also included a little padding for things you're going to run into, but the thing is you never know exactly what you're going to run into until you're in it.
Right.
So that's kind of your gamble with Renos.
One of the things that we talked about was getting an apples to apples comparison, but it seems like we're not quite there yet. And then, so my question would be going back to Simon's question on the cost on item 7. You mentioned that the Energy Optimizer is in March of 2022 dollars, but our LT is in current dollars, $23. So do you have a rough idea if we were putting the energy optimizers dollars into today's dollars, what that number would be? If roughly,
You're asking me to guess, okay, so I'm gonna throw a caveat. If you took Energy Optimizer's plan and added the LT ball scope, the $8.5 million, added escalation cost and added some additional swing space and all the things that I've listed here, my guess is you're gonna be at the same price.
okay.
You're gonna be 51, you're gonna be $50 million.
Okay.
I mean, just the 36 and the 8.5 that we have in LT ball is 45 million.
Mhm.
And then put in some escalation and some missing scope right there. Now, one thing I just want to make sure is clear is the upside of the renovation is you could say we're only going to spend $36 million and the scope is going to be what it's going to be. With a renovation, you can dial the scope down, unlike a new build, and that's its upside. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So
Go ahead.
I was just gonna put a piece in here that at the facilities committee, when we saw this comparison chart, it was evident that the energy optimizers plan didn't get to the vision that I had for renovation. The vision that I had experienced in the past is when you walk through the front door, it was, it was like future shock. You might be walking in the outside of a building that looked like it was 50, 60 years old, but once you open up the door and you stepped inside through the threshold, basically everything was new. And there are several pieces that Mr. Ridgely, commented on, that we would have to ramp those things up in addition to any, inflationary costs and the LT ball structure. So, there definitely will be some added costs if you want to do that, because again, the expectation is that virtually everything, floor to ceiling and everything in between, would have a fresh new look to it. And the renovation estimate that we've gotten so far isn't quite there yet.
Yes.
So when we're looking at this, if we have an escalation clause to adjust for the inflation of the price and make the scope of work, meaning apple to apple comparison, we're at essentially the same cost as a renovation of Broadway, Tipp Central, and Nevin Coppic than it would be for LT ball renovation in additions to that and the demolition of the Tipp Central Broadway side in Coppic. But the difference would be then we don't get any money on the reno with Broadway and Coppic, the energy optimizers rental plan. We don't have any OFCC dollars available to us. And on the LT ball addition and rental plan, which provides more square footage at the same cost, we also then get an opportunity to get funding from the state for that as well. So we have to ask the taxpayers for less. Is that correct?
Up front, you have to ask them for the whole thing. The way the ELP program works is at some future date, when your number comes up, the district gets the check. And then one option boards have for that check is to apply it to pay down your debt. So that payday would come later. But yes, you're exactly right. Any plan that you come up with that has new construction has the ability to get some state dollars potentially, versus the all reno plans don't.
Well, I believe the high school that's been a while, Greenville, they renovated, there was that way, beautiful, I saw the pictures, total renovation. I believe it had historic value,
Yes.
and the OFCC did in fact give them quite a bit, I think maybe like significant, like
Right.
maybe 70–80% of that.
So the process is districts have to do a waiver request to the OSFC to allow them to use their old buildings. Oakwood High School was a project I was involved with. The district did a waiver request to save the building. It's a 1927 English Tudor historic building on Main Street. It's gorgeous. OSFC came back and said, well, that's approved. That waiver request is approved. We did a waiver request for LT Ball, and that was not a slam dunk. Now, LT Ball is your perceived brand new building in your district. That took them coming down. We did a tour and had to meet with them to agree to that. Now, I don't have, in my opinion, I don't think they're going to walk through Broadway or Coppic and say that those buildings are either have any historic value or have kind of good bones like LT Ball has. That's my opinion. If we're going to go Reno, my recommendation is let's try. Let's do the waiver request. Let's do the tours. Let's try and see. But my hunch is they would not approve it.
So when we had that, what we believed was the structural analysis report, I remember there was a preliminary, like introductory statement, something about you can't build like this today. It'd be, do you remember that language? That it was very impressive, whatever it was, that basically they don't build them like this today anymore. So what was that? If that's more of a masonry perspective, what were they referring to in that?
I don't know.
Do you know, Mr. Ritchie, what did you see that or read that?
I did read that. I probably wouldn't make a statement like that. I think we build them a lot better today. Those buildings don't have any insulation in them at all on their exterior walls. So we built fully insulated buildings, higher floor to floors, better materials. So no, I wouldn't have made a statement like that. Yes.
And was that statement by the mason or by energy optimizers? And was it more like puffery or accurate technical language?
I'm not gonna.
All right.
I think they did a great job. They did a great job on the report, but that was the lens, right? They were looking at it from that lens.
Okay.
Well,
Hopefully, let me think
I need to ask this, I'm still unclear, and I'm sorry, but I'm here for certain people in the community, so I think it's probably a valid question. You keep referring to energy optimizers, and last time I asked this several, maybe a year ago, I understand that the way I heard it or was explained, it's more like they're general, like contractors that cover many areas, not only energy related areas, but also I'm struggling with how we got to all this reference to energy optimizers, and here's why I'm struggling. This is a huge multi-million-dollar project. Are we required to bid some of this stuff out? I mean, I'm not quite sure we're doing.
Yeah, not at this point. This is all preliminary, and
Okay.
and energy optimizers comes to us through the I get messed up with the letter EPC, EPC, right? Which is a cooperative, and they go out there and they do what we would refer to as the bid process. And so then they have contractors that participating school districts can go to, and you don't have to do, the bid process, because you can use those contractors for, in this case, energy needs and things of that sort. So they did this because we partnered with them in the past. They did this free of charge, and it was the, like preliminary planning study, for us venturing down the renovation path.
But whatever we decide, reno or new, when the building actually starts,
Then you're gonna.
we're gonna, okay.
Yes.
That'll be a whole
Thank you,
nother
because I'm like,
process.
okay.
All those
This
contractors.
is just gathering
all that-
ideas.
Oh,
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
If it's okay
Yeah.
with you, I will segue to the next piece, which was, I thought would be the most fun, was the brainstorming scenario that we did. And maybe to tee this up, I'll hit you with some graphics, depending on which way your brain is wired. But this is an aerial of your community. And this shows your existing grade configurations and locations and bubbles. We've got the high school up here as a 912. The middle school is a 6.8, LT is a 4.5. Nevin is a K1, and Broadway is a 2.3. So that's kind of the existing lay of the land. And then we came up with four different kind of go forward options to consider. One, which we're calling option A, is the all renovation plan. And in this one, we put pre-K to 1 at the Broadway site. Those classrooms are larger, and you've got more square footage over there. I think that makes sense. And then we renovate Nevin as a 2-3, renovate LT as a 4-5. Option B1 and B2 are options where we go to Nevin, instead of Nevin being a 4-5, we add a grade level to it and convert it into a 3-5.
Excuse me, Mike.
LT, I'm sorry, LT, acronyms. So LT becomes a 3-5, we have more students in the building, you have fewer transitions. There was folks in the educational world in here who know a lot more than me, that when you have just a couple grade levels and you move in a couple grade levels and you move in a couple grade levels, you don't have the continuity in terms of working with the kids. So this really helps. And then at Broadway, you turn Broadway into a pre-K to 2. And the variations between B1 and B2 is, and one option, you could renovate Broadway if you decide to pursue that. Or the other option is you could replace Broadway with a new building to be a pre-K to 2.
And in this plan, you would be doing what with Nevin Copley? Bulldozing?
Yes,
Okay.
up to the board, demolishing, repurposed, non-educational use. Yeah.
So, okay.
Now, this option kind of harkens a little bit back to 2016, where you may recall there was a bond issue to do a new pre-K to 3 at Broadway. So in that B2 of a new building, instead of doing the 2016 plan, which was a pre-K to 3, this could be doing a new pre-K to 2. And then option C, the last one, was the 2019 plan, which was the pre-K to 5 at LT, the 6-8 middle school and the 9-12 high school. Then if you like charts, here it all is on one chart with the existing across the top, showing your 5 building configuration. Option A is the all reno plan, still with 5 buildings. B1 is the renovation of Broadway and Tipp Central. And B2 is a Broadway new building, pre-K to 2. And then option C was the revised 2019 LT ball plan for pre-K to 5. So what this kind of does is it keeps the energy optimizers plan on the table as option A, the 2019 on the plan is option C, and threads the needle with a couple interesting ideas in between that I think provides the board some interesting options to discuss the pros and cons.
And although we do not have a formal proposal yet to make from the facilities committee, at the last meeting, and facilities committee members, if you think my memory is incorrect, where the order that we were leaning would be B2, B1, C, and then A. That would be off of the information that we have right now. And
Could you say that again, please, Mr. Stefanik, in priority?
yeah,
Okay, so-
priority order based on just the information we have right now. B2 was the one that created the most excitement across the entire committee. B1 had the next most energy. C had the third amount of energy, and then A, the all rental plan, did not have a lot of energy. By the time we got all the information, it just seemed like there was a lot of work. And to the point of Mike saying he's right, we have to put in a waiver to see if we would need to get some money. In talking to OFCC, all things being equal, they don't believe this is a five school or 5 campus school district. So even if you went in there and go like, there's some historical value, there's some this, there's some that, they're going like, well, you still have 5 sites. And in OFCC, they did not have that number for our ADM, currently. So that might, play an impact on our waiver application. But that there were some exciting, just a couple of presentations for what the new builds could look like in B2 that gave it that exciting edge, and you're going like, okay, you're looking to the future, and you go like, here's what those two buildings could be, and they look pretty exciting. And again, just for the group, some of the conversations we had, the LT ball piece, it's gonna have 3-5 now instead of pre-K to 5. So the addition, onto LT ball doesn't have to be as extensive.
Mhm.
So you've got some renovation to the current building, and then you've got a little bit of an add-on, but it's not the big add-on, because you're adding in, what are you adding, 4 or 5 to pre-K to 5, you're adding in, a lot of extra grade levels, where with the new addition now, you're just adding one, additional grade to the puzzle. And then some of that money that was going to be at that site then goes to the new build project, at the Broadway site. And that was pretty exciting to see what could be done with that property. And what, Mike, that went back to where? That was 2016, you said?
Yes.
Was that picturesque option?
Yes, and I'll just show you a little picture if anyone remembers. This was 2016. This was of the pre-K to 3 on the Broadway site.
Can you show the other picture?
Oh, sure.
That one.
This was, the design precedent of this was the castle, and we looked at the history of all the buildings that went before. So we kind of modeled the new structure after some of that historic past.
May I ask one question? I know I'm gonna be upsetting everybody's apple cart, but I can't help it. I have to ask. Can any of this, has there been any dialogue, and maybe it's totally ridiculous, nobody wants to hear it, I'll let go. I'm not invested in any of this. I just want the best, well thought out plan from the beginning and not a bunch of afterthoughts and gee. What about this building here?
We love this building.
Do you?
No.
No, I mean, seriously, because, I realize the value of talking now when you're not spending dollars. There's a lot of land over there at Broadway, I think, playground wise. No?
We would turn that into a parking lot is what we were talking about.
Okay.
Utilizing that space for parking, busing. It would flow a lot better around the community for the residents that live there.
Okay.
So
I can
we-
address that though.
So is there any need, I guess the very first question would be, because, this is a huge functional central part of our district, what goes on here. Is there a need to do something, or can everybody live with this X more number of years? I'm, just asking.
Liz, do you want to say something?
So that was actually asked
As a
many years
ranking member
ago
of our
when we
staff.
set out to do some of the building, and I think Mike, you were involved in the conversation. And one of the elements of the conversation was, if you choose to vacate this premise and put it in a school, how do you determine which grade bands are going to get the board office? And you don't want to necessarily put a board function in one building over another building.
Agreed.
Because suddenly you're spending time with more people than you are with someone else, and they have immediate access, where 2/3 of your organization do not have that immediate access, and there were a lot of optics to overcome.
So if I hear you correctly, Liz, what you're saying, it's more advantageous to be freestanding and separate from the.
I have no idea. I'm just saying what came up in conversations. And I think there's a lot of merit to some of those comments as well. So it'd be different if you had a K-12 building and you were just in the middle of this K-12 building.
Right.
But how do you decide where you're going to put? And you can't put some of us in one location and some in another location. That doesn't work either.
Oh, no, I wasn't thinking that.
No, someone else might be thinking that.
And this, well, and I would say that this building, does have some limitations, but at the same time, the the philosophy that I've always lived under is that if you have facilities needs, school building facilities needs, you take, those are high priority, you take care of those first. And if you have to make some sacrifices and some adjustments, you do that at the administration level or the administration building. So if we were at a position where all the buildings were taken care of, and then we say, we need to, put some resources towards the district administration, then you would do that. But right now we have significant amount of needs at the buildings. And so we need to focus the resources towards
So
those.
it sounds like addressing this is off the table for now.
It's not on the front burner
Okay.
compared to the school facilities needs.
Just a point of clarification, it's the board that decides what's on the table. So there's nothing stopping any board member from indicating that they want to consider adding a Board of Education building remodel or build to the plan. So, but I think that what you're saying, Mr. Sapani, presently the Facilities Committee does not have that included in the options they considered.
Right, that right now it would not be part of our recommendation.
Okay.
And the board is not bound by this, but it was prepared by the Facilities Committee, which consists of Mr. Maines, myself, Mr. Stefanik, Ms. Hagan, Mr. Spencer, Mrs. Robbins, now Mrs. Younger.
Ms. Younger.
And Mrs. Fox, thank you. So, but again, the board does what the board is going to do. They don't have to do anything that is recommended to them.
And just one more question on the P2, which seemed to generate the most enthusiasm. What was the weigh-in from the staff on that? Has that been assessed yet?
No, we're not there yet. We wanted to bring the whole slate of options to the board. And then possibly have a conversation to see if of the 4 options, if the board felt strongly one way or another to possibly pare those down. And then if we got it down to 2 or 3 options, then we would go out and involve staff members and get a full perspective from all the people that would be impacted by this process.
So I have a question. So with B2 and B3, with the LT add reno demo topic, do we have a rendering of kind of what that looks like? Because I know we have one that kind of looks like Broadway, but do we have an idea of what that would look like? Or what you guys got excited about? Yes.
We don't.
Okay.
That would be something we would hopefully work on in the
Okay.
future, but this is the existing LT ball footprint.
Yes.
I would just kind of describe a vision to you. So these 4 classrooms, these 4, that's 8, these 16, they have no outside windows, they have no interconnecting corridors, and they're frankly undersized. It would be very simple to put an expanded addition on the east where my mouse is, that not only adds the 8 classrooms to the other grade level, but maybe we add some more, and then we come back here and fix these that are broken.
Okay.
And backfill with some other uses. So
Would that get classrooms out of the storage area?
Yes.
And that would be
Awesome. That would be fantastic.
Well, that's going to
I know
occur.
they love it back
That's-
there. I know they love it. I'm just saying.
That's going to happen next year.
Yeah.
So before we do it,
Okay,
before we do
that's
the
awesome.
building.
Room closet, huh?
Yeah, they're back in the storage area.
This was the 2019 plan where we pulled all the classrooms out of here
Okay,
and here and into the new. And this was the pre-K 5 plan. So there's a lot of
So
kids.
it's- yeah. it's a
So
lot.
imagine the gym being gone
Okay,
and all these being kind of repositioned and pushed over in smaller, no 2 stories.
okay,
It would get a lot smaller, but you've got great bones.
yeah,
If the bones here worked for a pre-K to 5, they're surely going to work for a 3 to 5.
Okay.
By bones, I mean the size of your gym, the size of your student dining room, the
Mhm.
size of your media center, all those that there was some concern a little bit before about them being too small.
okay. Cool.
I think this is a major question that we got to take on, and that's pre-K. and the TSEP. Where is that all gonna fit into this?
Well, pre-K and TSEP are two different discussions.
Okay,
And as far as pre-K goes, right now we have a special needs pre-K program involved in the district. If the district wanted to examine a more traditional pre-K, we could do that. And with the size of the program or the size of the plan that we were looking at, we're gonna have extra rooms in there for potential expansion, of student enrollment. And so you will have places that you could utilize early on for a pre-K component, if you wanted to put that in there. And so that could definitely be housed, at the Broadway site. TSEP is a conversation that we have to have. That they are currently in our facilities. They're not embedded in our current facilities, but they're embedded in a facility that we still own, right now. So if they were to become embedded in one of our operating facilities, we would have to plan, where would that best be housed and how would that happen?
so when does that conversation start occurring? I mean, seriously, in terms of
That would
meeting
happen.
this all together?
Yeah, that would happen when you actually get into the design phase of the buildings. So I don't think that, let's say that the board says, all right, let's investigate the top two options from the facilities committee. So we have B2 and B1. I don't think that decision impacts that final decision. Whether or not TSEP is embedded in the pre-K to 2 building or the 3 to 5 building. I don't think that says, well, that means we're going with B2 or that means we're going with B1. I don't think it does that. It just, when we get to the architectural drawings, and they still call them ed specs.
Sure.
Sure. When we get to, that's what it was 20 some years ago, where you put in, what are you looking for? What's this space going to be used for? What's that space going to be used for? In the design phase there, that's where, you determine this is going to be this grade level band, or this is going to be pre-K, or this is going to be where the community-based TSEP program happens. And that all goes in before you finalize the actual facility blueprint, plan, whatever you want to call it. So, on what Mike was showing, he had all kinds of things on that 2019 plan. This is where this grade's going. Here's where special needs classes are going. Here's where this is. Here's where that. When you get to that point, that's where you would put in, this is where PK is, or this is where the TSEP program would go.
I think we're hot. Everybody's
Okay.
aren't the men hot? They're always hot first.
I might have to do gymnastics to get to the actual thermostat.
Those windows open behind you.
The thermostat's turned down, the air conditioning is not on yet, we're still in heat on.
So, okay.
Oh, there we
You can
go.
open those windows though. They're crank windows.
Mike, did you have anything to add to that? If there would be a preschool daycare type of program?
My caution, so the OSFC will fund pre-K, your special needs pre-Ks. The district would be required to fund the typical pre-Ks. If there's a desire to do new construction or renovation for TSEP, I think that needs to be planned early, because there'll be a budget.
It's not working.
In that plan from 2016, that's the one you read. Okay, so did that have pre-K embedded in it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Mr. Court, Mr. Ridgely said that if we would decide to put TSEP into one of our current structures, that would be one of the locally funded initiatives And so that could not be part of the actual plan that OFCC would consider putting a portion of funding toward. That would be totally a local design decision.
And so I would just recommend planning that sooner than later, because you need if the community is going to pay for it, you need to set a bond issue high enough to cover that.
Find out what the community wants. Start with that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Did the facilities committee members that are present tonight have anything they wish to add? Think,
So I have one more question. So on the timeline of things, what is the next step? I mean, you've got sort of a priority here of B2, B1, we talked about some, ancillary things. So then what happens next?
My recommendation on a timeline is to begin with the end of the line. So let's say you're teeing this up for a May of 23 bond issue theoretically. That means your dollars have to be fixed in January of 23, which means the scope has to be fixed in December of 22. So for the scope to be fixed in December of 22, and here we are in May, and we've got summer in front of us, my recommendation is to be in active planning on these options, work up cost models for options B1 and B2. And then the board should consider the timing and how to engage the community and to what extent you want to engage the community on options. So my recommendation is to start now and then early fall, at the latest early fall, begin doing community engagement sessions. If you're down to say 2 options, test those in early fall, continue to refine them. Lean into OFCC and their participation and get this set up so by late fall, you're down to 1 option. We get it budgeted and priced. Baird comes in and does their work in January, and then you're doing first and second readings and off you go.
Thank you.
anyone else? I would like to thank you and your architectural firm for the tremendous amount of work you did for free for the school district. Really a great deal of gratitude. Thank you very much for what you've done for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd also like to thank Energy Optimizers
Yes.
in the same way. I think we're very fortunate to have partnered with Energy Optimizers in the past, and then as well with you at Registered Architects. Everything they've done and you've done has been phenomenal. Thank you very much. And does that conclude the facilities discussion, Mr. Sapani?
Yes.
All right, next item up is on discussion items is B, Tipp Middle School and Tipp High School schedule change. I'll open it up to the presenters.
Scott, Mr. Barnes, Ms. Morris.
So I volunteered to discuss this. I want to do. This is a list of comments that I facilitated from my staff. I don't expect you to read them. It outlines the need for collaboration, but before I really talk about that, I wanted to address something from the last board meeting. I just want to clarify everything. So there was a public participation that was talking about the teachers leaving early. That is not what we're asking for. I just want to make sure that the board understands that we're asking for the students to leave early, for the teachers to have collaboration time. I just want to make sure that was clear. So then the question becomes, what is the best way to do this? Before we can really talk about that, let me reiterate what our goals are. So at Tippecanoe Middle School and Tippecanoe High School, our teachers do not have common planning. They do not have time to collaborate built in within the day. So what we're asking for is a 1 hour early dismissal every week to provide that time. The question then becomes, or became, is 1 hour enough? should it instead be 2 hours, not every week? And I would advocate for the best way that I can see this working is 1 hour per week. Here's why. We're not asking for professional development time. We're not asking for time to implement some kind of whole building program or process. We're asking for teachers to be able to work on specific tasks. And those specific tasks are all student related. My concern if we move to a not weekly schedule is that we will lose the momentum because teachers are human. If they go to a meeting, hey, it's 2 hours on the first Monday of the month. Talk about this, have great conversations, because that is exactly what would happen. But if you don't meet again for another month, you will lose that momentum. I would propose that having weekly meetings, once a week for an hour, you can continue that momentum. You know, my staff is very good, and Mrs. Borges can speak to the middle school about getting to their meetings on time. They are professionals, they will do that. They will stay after time if need be, but I'm not going to ask them to. We are trying to build a schedule that gives them the most time for collaboration with the idea of helping specific students. At the high school, I talked the last time we discussed, I envision it as a department meeting once a week or 1 week out of the month, 2 course level, because a lot of my teachers teach multiple courses. So if I'm an Algebra 1 teacher and a geometry teacher, I need to talk to the other Algebra 1 teachers, but I also need to talk to the geometry teachers. So I need to embed that in the schedule too, and then another week to fill in with something that's needed, whether it's intervention assistance teams or another department level meeting. I just want to reiterate, and I'll let Mrs. Juarez, because she brought some folks with her for you to hear. To me, for what we are asking for and what our goal is, an hour per week is really the only way I can see it working. I understand the other options, I truly do. And if we weren't focusing on perpetual continuous improvement for the sake of our students, I would say a 1 or a 2 hour a week per month would work. We are talking about continuous perpetual improvement for our students and in our teachers' craft. It has to be weekly, in my opinion. So go ahead.
I just thank you for letting us come and discuss this again with you this evening. I have 2 teachers who wanted to come and share their perspective as teachers, since you heard from the administrators on this.
Oh, I'll start. I'm Amy Armentrout. I teach at the middle school, and kind of what Dan was saying with the 1 hour. I know at the last board meeting you had brought up like the 2 hours would be a
twice a
better,
month,
a work time.
Yeah.
I feel like the 1 hour is going to be less of an interruption for the students.
Okay.
At least the middle school schedule that Diane has set up, they're only cutting 1 minute from each class on Wednesdays. That way we would take out the red double period on Wednesdays. And yes, I see your point about the 2 hours would be more, more time, obviously, but I feel like if we were trying to have less interruption for the kids and the parents, they're gonna know it's every Wednesday. They're not gonna have to be like, okay, is it this Wednesday or which Wednesday is our 2 hour early release? And that with only 1 minute being deducted from each class is really going to not take away. I mean, versus a 2 hour delay when we have the 2 hour early releases or delays, like classes are 26 minutes versus like 41. And I think for the first 2 weeks, it will take a while for us to adjust to, okay, we only do have an hour, but with it being every Wednesday, that consistency I think would be key for us to have that. I mean, right now we have at the middle school, we're speaking from the middle school, we have department meetings once a month. And it's like the first 15 minutes of that department meeting, when we only meet once a month, we're like, okay, now what did we talk about last month? Let's like recap, And if it's every week, like that, there's so much room of things to do, to keep going with that consistency. So I knew you had brought that up last time, and I was like, that 1 hour just sounds great.
Yeah. I was looking at the cost too in that also.
Okay.
For the district.
Yeah.
I'm Holly Thomas and I am in the ELA department. And my point of view too is I'm teaching ELA reading, and social studies. And as department head, I have to go to all of the ELA department meetings, so I'm missing out on my social studies. Having this common time, I can meet once a month, because I'm missing out on a lot of things for the social studies side of things. I feel like it's gonna help us with more data planning with our lessons, because OTES 2.0 is all about data driven. So we've got to make sure that we are doing what we need to do and looking at this data together as a grade level, as a department. Just little things that make a difference. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
I'm sure Dan's teachers too on his information that he has there. Just the positive behavior instruction with the kids that we will have time to meet as teachers. There are 2 teachers in my building right now that teach 7th grade just like me, and I never see them. They're not in my department because we only meet as departments. I see them at staff meetings, but to incorporate, showing that the positive behavior instructions that can happen at the middle school. I mean, that's just one of the examples of something that could happen in those hours.
Cross-curricular with the different, cross-curricular is huge. Also, the gifted educator has no time to meet with the regular ed teacher or the intervention specialist. So you've got like our gifted program, we need the kids to grow. They are doing very well on their tests, but they're not growing like they should. And having that extra time with a gifted coordinator will help these teachers, along with the inclusion, what to do with these kids that are just struggling. How can we make this better? That whole time of common being able to be together and plan together as a grade level, like there's so many times I don't see half of my 6th grade team. And if I could, we'd be able to do a lot of things with the process with kids who are struggling. What can we do? Okay, what are you seeing in your class? How can we make this easy, across the board? I mean, I know she's the same. We are all as teachers just would really love to have this. It'd be an amazing tool to help us better plan and help the kids do better. That hour is going to go fast, but if we do it and we have everything planned out, we get in those meetings a lot of times and we are very productive in those meetings. But when you go 2 hours once a month, it's just not going to be the same as what we're looking for. I mean, that's what I feel. I know our teachers that are building all feel the same way about this. Can we talk to them?
The only thing I would add to that is, along with the meeting, I have some teachers who teach multiple grade levels. So not just a different subject matter within their grade level. So this would allow them to be able to meet with their 8th grade team as well as their 7th grade team, or if they're a 6th, 7th mix. And I actually have one teacher in the building who was a 6-8 mix. And so it just opens those opportunities for them to not always feel like they're on the out from the rest of that grade level.
How did this concept come about? Is it something new?
Actually, it's a part of the Ohio improvement process. And so we're in a continuing improvement process. And so it starts with something called teacher-based teams. We call them TBTs. Those are where our groups of teachers, our like teachers, meet and discuss student data in their lesson planning and strategies for interventions and for enrichments. So it's a part of this entire big picture plan. Those TBTs should feed into a building level, we call them BLTs, and it has nothing to do with the sandwich. It's building level, building leadership teams. And so the data from those teacher-based teams come into the BLT, and we discuss on a building level, what are our needs? And so when we start talking about that positive behavior interventions with, what are we doing? What is that plan? And where are our students at? Where are they falling with all of these assessments that we're giving and these mid checkpoints, like with our iReady that we're using. So if you're not able to get your teachers together to discuss that data, all we're doing is going through the process of like check, we give the assessment, but we're not doing the collaboration work on actually using the data to drive our instruction for our students.
So a lot of it though is collaboration actually with the student itself, right?
The collaboration with
might be hurting or need a little bit more individual time.
we already have that built into our schedule. So like our teachers use their red double time. So I know, like, I'm going to use Holly for an example. Her team, when they take a look at their iReady scores, their data, the 3 ELA teachers on that team, they will break apart those students. And so during red double time, one will take students who are working in enrichment or have, makeup work, where the other two will take the ones who need interventions, and they'll break that apart for those skills that they're closing the gap for those students. So our red double time during the day is where we actually work with the student, but we don't have the time built for our teachers to do that collaborative work on like, what are we doing with this data?
So, but I guess where I'm a little foggy is, so each week the students themselves would have 1 hour less of school. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And
But
when
not
we,
1 hour less of instruction, because then we take that red double time that we normally
Okay.
have
Okay.
away. And so basically it comes down to, like at the middle school, they're missing 1 minute of instruction per period because we won't have the red double during Wednesdays. So the
Okay.
students don't lose any instruction. They just lose that one-on-one time during red double.
Okay.
Which,
So
can
can
I-
you tell me about the red devil time then too? Because I don't understand that.
So, sure. So I use the Red Devil religiously, and I know that you do too. There's kids that are absent. There are kids for long periods of time. You've got kids that are struggling with certain things. They didn't get their homework done. They don't understand something. It is a constant, I have a constant flow of kids coming in my classroom, doing things with them. Myself and the other two teachers figured out our lowest kids. And then we kind of did a little round robin, and I took some of other kids from the other teachers and I did some intervention with them. And they did some intervention for just 20 minutes. And that 20 minutes is huge. And then we go on to what else we need to do. I mean, I use it for that. We use it, announcements, we use it for any
Silent
kind of.
reading?
Silent reading,
15-minute silent reading.
Our intervention specialists use it daily. They pull their IEP kids to, work on their skills, their goals that they need to meet. And I mean, that Red Devil is being used
But you'll have less red devil time than that, correct?
just
It'll be
one
one
day
day.
a week.
1 day a week. The flip side is to that is Mrs. Voorhees, the schedule she made is amazing because only losing a minute out of each class compared to doing a 2-hour delay where you miss half the class once a week, once every month, once a month is too much. The kids come in, you get in there, they can't do anything, get them started, and then the period's over. In this case, they come in, they lose 1 minute and that's it. And we're still getting the same amount of instruction time. So her schedule she built is perfect for us. Losing 1 red devil is not bad.
So on that Wednesday at the middle school, it would be 1 minute plus the red double time is what is going to award you your collaborative time for
Yeah.
staff, right? Okay.
And the collaborative time is going to help us be better functioning when we have to do intervention with these kids during Red Devil or during the
For the
classroom.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. And then what about the high school? Is that the same scenario?
It would
or
be-
You don't really have a red double.
no,
What do you-
so it would be approximately 5 minutes of lost instruction per class. Yeah.
For that Wednesday,
Per
Yes.
class?
for that Wednesday.
Yes. So at the high school next year, we're going to have a homeroom period built into their lunch period so that we eliminate the giant 5th period that we have right now to get all the lunches in, so that all the periods are the same amount of time. So instead of having lunch and then a 15-minute homeroom period where we can do tutoring and announcements and that sort of thing on Wednesday, we take those homeroom periods out. We stretch out lunch a little bit on those periods and then we only lose 5 minutes per class. I'd love it if it was only 1 minute per class, but that's just not feasible with the way the high school schedule is.
Just on that particular day, right? Just on
Right,
Wednesday.
correct. Yep, we'd have homeroom Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
No, just any other. No, I was gonna ask, Dan, how many minutes, so even with the loss of 5, would you still have?
42?
Yeah, 42. So a normal, normally high schools have 44 to 46, so that's still in a good range, but. Yes, we would just like to extend our appreciation to the board for furthering this conversation and letting us come back and discussing any other points that or questions that you may have. Both at the middle and high school, it's overwhelming how much the staff wants it. You can see the comments and the two teachers who are here today for collaborative time. And I like the way that Holly said it. collaborative time builds back into the student time and what we're doing with the students. So I think she and Amy spoke to that in their experience as well. So any other questions from the board members?
Are other school districts doing this too?
Yes.
Is this is very recent, right? This hadn't been going on for several years, obviously.
Yeah, it's been,
20
yeah.
plus years.
Yeah, it's been going on for several years.
All right.
Someone wants to ask something, I can see it.
Anything else from anyone?
Thank you for letting us come.
We appreciate it a lot. Did you have a question, Mrs. Sequoia?
Well, kind of a comment. I mean, I'm really torn because I appreciate greatly collaboration among teams, whether it's the corporate level, the healthcare level. Why would the education be any different, if not even more so? Because you're not dealing with adults all day, you're dealing with children. And so it takes, extra amount of reinforcement and extra problems and things that you don't typically, you would hope not to have with your adult population. So I'm really torn because I see that. I think, and I'm just going to be real honest because that's kind of how I am up here. I feel the apprehension coming from me is the flashback, if you will. I don't know what the right word of it, from the public and how what do I want to say here? It's new, it's a new concept. And so how do you got to capture both of it, and make it successful? And I don't, want to do the right thing. And I can see how if I were in your shoes, I would want this. Because that's the way I am, I'm talkative and I like to work through things. So I would want that. But
So my only issue that I'm still struggling with is, has there been a discussion of how we're going to fit this into the budget? Like, how are we going to come up with this $16,000 to cover it?
for the bus.
For the buses. Because we're going to be paying bus drivers for that extra hour. So that's a concern that I continue to have. I want this. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
As a former educator, I love it. I love the idea. I believe in collaboration. I know it's
Absolutely.
important for kids. I'm just thinking budget. Where do we fit it? That's where I'm stuck. So if you guys have a solution, let me know.
And one of the questions was with the bus drivers, and I'm not trying to put up barriers, I just want it to flow, to set it up for success, not failure. Was there any discussion about the bus drivers saying, oh, I can't come in that hour early because I'm still finishing my second job, or wasn't an issue? Okay, so that answers that. Okay.
Anyone else? All right, next item 3C is under discussion items, but it's actually a,
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
thank you. It's actually recommended action. This recommended action, I ask that everybody asks to be recognized and be recognized before speaking. The recommended action is recommend approval of 5-year copy lease and maintenance agreement with Perry Pro Tech at a cost of $31,512.84 per year beginning on June 2022. There are 3 attachments to that motion. Appear to be the proposals and potentially contracts, it's clear, but Perry Pro Tech copier renewal, the ProSource proposal, and the Woodhull proposal. Is there a motion? I will move to further along in the discussion to approve the recommended action. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Patry, seconded by Mrs. Drum. I would yield my discussion time to Mr. Bush. Are you the one presenting this, or is it Mr. Stefanik? Mrs. Fox?
I can answer any
Mr. Bush
questions.
can start with the questions if folks have questions.
I'd be interested in why you recommended the contract you recommended in comparison to the three.
Okay. The proposals were all different. For instance, Woodhall were all Ricoh copiers, which are totally different what we have now. The ProSource did quote Konica Minolta copiers, but out of the 14, 9 of those are different models than what Perry ProTech recommended. I did reach out to other districts that I have contacts with that have these models and spoke to them on their thoughts on them and the environments that they're in. Also looking at the system requirements and so forth, or I'm not requirements, I'm sorry, the basic of the models themselves. I believe the ones that Perry ProTech has recommended to us best fit our needs. Some of the ones that were switched out on the other proposal, I don't feel would meet our needs in those environments. One of the other reasons is that we have a 5-year working support relationship with Perry ProTech, and it has been pretty much outstanding. The only issue that we've even come close to having has been getting toner cartridges for certain models. And, everybody's dealing with that right now, just because of supply chain and factories and so forth. I do have past experience with all 3 of these vendors. In my opinion, Perry ProTech offers the best support. And some of the, some of the copiers on the that are different, in talking to some of the other districts, they weren't in the same environment for what we were putting these into, as far as usage and so forth. For instance, our 808s, we have 3 of them in the district. The 2 at the high school actually have over 4 million copies apiece. So we have over 8 million copies just on 2 machines at the high school. And they are requesting to replace those with 750Is in the BizHub model or series. Those will more than do what we need them to do in those environments. The other thing with Ricoh on the Woodhall proposal, that's a total retrain for everybody in our district. So that's a lot of time, and with time, you equate money. So you would have to bring in secretaries and train them before the school year. Our teachers would have to be retrained and at some point before they can start using them. So that kind of creates a slowdown a little bit on when they can come and start using those machines and so forth, because they don't know how they function yet. So they can't get a jump on their school year.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Bush?
We are getting close to the deadline on when we can get this rolling. So if we delay it anymore, I'm afraid that we will not be able to have these in place by the start of school. Is a concern that I also have.
Thank you. Mrs. Strom, did you have any questions?
Yeah, so I guess maybe I'm just confused. I thought that at some point we had asked for like a comparison of the 3 to like say what each one was offering. And I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing each contract, but like I see a comparison with Woodhall and I see a comparison with what's this other one? Sorry. Yeah, but I'm not seeing one like between all 3 to kind of like see what they're offering and like what the training would include. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the trainings,
what the three vendors offer training wise is pretty much the same.
Okay.
So that's pretty standard between all copier companies.
Okay.
Their trainings are almost all the same. We wouldn't have to do any training if we stayed with Perry ProTech, but they will come in and train any new staff members that we have.
Okay.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I see it says, it's 31,512 per year. Okay, but on the, maybe I did my math wrong. I had to go back to math class. So, per month, I was trying to compare. So 31,512 divided by 12. Okay, I got it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I couldn't match it up to the,
monthly.
right.
Understand.
Mrs. Court?
Mr. Bush, is that price there for Pro Tech 31,512.84 per year for each year for 5 years?
For 5 years, yes.
That's locked in for 5 years.
That's locked in for 5 years.
Wow. That's pretty. Is that standard? Is that typical or?
Some do, some don't. That Perry Pro's contract will be locked in for 5 years.
Anyone else? Rich, I had some questions for you. When I looked, it wasn't very clear to me based on the attachments, how these were coming out. But when I looked at Perry ProTech, it looked like that contract included, and I'm not sure if this is annual, I'm guessing it is, annually included about 3,800,000 pages.
Correct.
And I'm seeing where it says current situation and it says 3,808,236. Is that our current usage per
Yes.
year?
Correct.
I didn't see our color usage per year. Is that somewhere else? Because, I mean, I think the cost of the black and white says includes the 3,800,000, and the cost per page over that amount is pretty nominal. It's 0.0035. It certainly adds up, not to a lot. But the color difference is 0.0325. It's about a little over 3 cents per color copy.
Correct.
Do we have any clue how many color copies we were making?
We don't have a large volume because we don't have many color copiers in the district. And it is restricted on who can print those also.
And I guess when I was trying to evaluate these contracts, as far as the cost was concerned, one thing that wasn't clear to me was how many color copies we kind of average per year, because that would automatically come into an overage every time. Because the contract as it's presented provides us the base. We already know we're going to have an overage. So we're approving the base contract monthly amount. We're going to have based on the current situation, 8,236 additional black and white copies or usage, not including the color. So I guess I'm trying to get a sense of how much we'd have under overages. And the reason that to me matters, potentially not huge amount, but could, is that when you're looking at the ProSource contract, the Perry ProTech contract, and the Woodhull, ProSource and Woodhull have overages that are kind of in line with each other. ProSource, their overage is 0.00275 on the black and white. The color is 0.029, and Woodhull is about the same. And so, not understanding what our usage and overage, I just don't want us to get caught, having a meaningful overage expectation.
Well, one of the things also to look at and to think about is we're in our second year of Chromebook usage for our students. So staff don't need to copy as much if they're using, the Google Suite or Google Classroom or their websites, they can share those documents then with the students through their devices, so they're not having to copy as much then as they used to need to. So as we start to progress in our years with our devices, our copier usage will start to fall also.
And it's unclear to me that I couldn't get a sense of the cost here based on what we had as the attachment, but on the ProSource one, it looked like, I could be wrong, their proposal on the trying to find the page here. Pricing, which starts at page 38 of their, has the best practices or proposed best practices and then anticipated Perry quote. Now, I don't understand copiers or anything like that, but was I right to understand that the ProSource one was their best practice quote was 4,120,000 total copies per year they were giving us? Is that wrong?
Correct.
So that is right. And then on that, then we would not have any overages, right?
We still would have overages if we were to go over that.
But based on our current usage, we'd be well within that, because we have right now $3.8 million or 3.8 million copies currently. This was providing for 4.1 million copies.
In theory, yes.
And the monthly cost of that contract was only $1,226, is that right?
Yes, but you have to also take into consideration that those are 9 out of those 14 models are totally different. So it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Did we request one?
From them, no. They already knew what Perry ProTech had given us in their quote. And then that's what they came back with, because they said that that's their best recommended solution. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They presented it that way because they aren't as beefy models, and that's why their cost is a lot cheaper.
Because I was looking at Perry ProTech's monthly amount is 2,600 roughly. ProSource was about 1,200 roughly. That's $1,400 worth of wiggle room related to the copiers they could add.
Correct.
And then we had potential no overages on ProSource. And I guess, I'm going to defer your opinion. I just want to make sure that you guys are thinking about all this, because when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing substantial savings and I understand that their copier, because I've made a change recently in my law firm with the copier, and it's been a nightmare. So what you're saying about training and the differences and the quality, I get all that. But I guess my biggest concern though is I'm seeing a $1,400 difference, which over 5 years on a monthly contract adds up to a lot of money. And so I guess I would have been interested to see if ProSource had a apple to apple comparison to Perry ProTech, which you felt met the needs.
I too, looked at the costs and put it into my rubric that I was, the lens that I used to look at this. And we also have to weigh in support. And, we could spend less money, but if the devices aren't working the way we need them to, and support isn't as good as we need it to be, then that also is a cost for us, because then it's going to affect our staff, it's going to affect our teachers, and that's going to create issues for instruction then also, possibly. So that's one of the things also that is a high bar in decisions.
Fair enough. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry.
If I could add another piece to this too. Continuing to stay with Perry ProTech, those devices will come in totally configured. They'll remove the old device, put it in, and take it away. If we go with one of the other two vendors, those devices will sit there. somewhere in the building until we can get it scheduled that those get picked up and removed. So that's another piece that kind of got added into the equation also.
Picked up and removed by whom?
We would have to have them, if we went with another vendor, then we would have to schedule with Perry Protect to have come out and grab those and remove them. But we won't be able to schedule that until those are actually, the other ones are actually installed and in
Oh.
place.
Sure.
So it's not yes, come get these on Tuesday because we're replacing them. We have to make sure that they're replaced, working properly before we remove those old copiers also. I did have that happen years ago in a previous district where we did that, we switched vendors and had them come get the old ones. Well, the new ones, we had issues with them and they weren't working properly. So that's another thing that, we kind of put into the equation of the decision.
Jerry, yes.
No, I appreciate your financial analysis, but I also appreciate what you just said about being a little bit beefier, because we know that sometimes, you do get what you pay for. And if your output is faster, more reliable, less downtime, I can see, and I don't know anything about this world, so taking your input on this, Mr. Bush, I certainly would weigh that heavily in there. And you're saying kind of like this has been proven. Am I correct?
Yes.
You feel you're dealing with a proven entity
Correct.
in all those areas.
Correct.
Anybody else? You just said they're gonna remove the copiers. Is there anything that you said Perry Pro Tech can come and take the old copiers?
When they deliver the new one, they'll remove the old one and then the old one goes out the door after they install the new one, the same day it is removed.
Are you, or is there some type of agreement related to ensuring that any hard drive or anything that retains any FERPA material gets?
It is given to us. And then we go through and our destruction protocol then on to make sure nothing is still on those devices.
Okay.
We wipe them.
All right. Anyone else? All right, hearing no other discussion, we are ready to call the vote. Mrs. Fox.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is item 3D, fiscal year 21 audit manager's request for additional information. Recommended action is authorizing President Simon Patrick to request from the administration, school district's attorneys information, documents, notes, internal messages, text, billing records, electronic stored information, and work product hereinafter collectively refers to as documents that could be or is subject to confidentiality and privilege under executive session and attorney-client privilege, and two, share the same to the state of Ohio's auditor manager as it concerns and is in any way related to the following: executive session of February 10th, 2020, attorney-client privilege email of September 21st, 2020, attorney-client privilege email of October 15th, 2020, Board of Education members directing, requesting, or authorizing that attorney from Western Lenders, so Legal Professional Association, attend an executive session, the subject matter of which was to discuss complaints of certain Board of Education members against Simon Patrick, to which Attorney Helen Carroll attended, and Board of Education members directing, requesting, or authorizing that attorneys at Western Lenders, so Legal Professional Association, look into and provide an opinion to the school district's obligations that relates to the Tipp City Public Library's trustee appointments. Is there a motion?
I will motion that we approve the recommendation.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second? I will second. Motion by Mr. Maines, seconded by Mr. Patrick. Mr. Maines, did you have anything?
No.
I will allow other members to go first if they wish. Is there anything you'd like to say, Mrs. Zakor?
Yes, there is, but I prefer that you go ahead.
Mrs. Jones, would you like to go? No? All right. All right. So this is, I'm not sure if it's necessarily being taken from the table. I think it could potentially be a new motion as a result of it not having been taken to fruition on the last meeting. But this was initially brought a couple meetings ago and was tabled at the time. And the next meeting we had, which was our regular meeting, Mr. Stefanik, I think when you did the agenda, you had indicated you wanted it tabled. So it got quote unquote tabled. I'm not sure if that was more of a postponement, but then we ended up talking about it and had discussion and nothing occurred. So it's no big deal. It's back up here, but I'm procedurally, I'm not sure where this leads us related to Robert's rules, but it is what it is. The reason I had inquired as to whether Mr. Stefanik thought this would be something that he wished to add on the agenda 2 meetings ago was that I received a request from the Auditor of State for me to provide additional information in response to the fraud risk assessment questionnaire that I had filled out. The fraud risk assessment questionnaire was presented to me as a result of being deemed the president of the Board of Education. I wasn't sure if I had the authority to fill it out, so I brought it to the board's attention. The board indicated that they weren't sure either, and so we sent it to the statutory council to determine whether we were going to have myself or anyone fill that out. The statutory council then came back with an opinion that it would be best that it be filled out. The board then indicated that I should fill it out and provide me authority to do so. In responding to that fraud risk assessment questionnaire, I brought up issues that I think have been well documented in public meetings related to individual board members authorizing legal services using the school district's attorneys, and indicated that I felt that that was not appropriate. In that fraud risk assessment questionnaire, I highlighted very boldly that I was a minority opinion of that issue, and that there was a three-member opinion at the time that was permissible. I included that in support of their assertion that this was permissible. They had provided an attorney email from a staff attorney from the USDA, an attorney-client privilege email that the board released the privilege indicating that this was permissible, and other citations, including past practices of the board, but that I felt that didn't change the fact that this was not appropriate. In response to that, the state of Ohio's state auditors, audit manager asked me to provide certain documents back to them related to what I had included into that fraud risk assessment questionnaire. I indicated that I didn't believe I had the authority to provide it, and so I asked Mr. Stefanik if he thought it would be appropriate to put this on the agenda. It was placed on the agenda and it was tabled, and here we are today. I believe that this information has been requested of us. I think that it is important that we answer it. If there's any concerns as to FERPA issues, I would be glad to amend it to have it reviewed by an attorney, but I would suspect that before we provide any of this, it would likely, Mr. Stefanik, I'm guessing you'd be filing it. I'm suspecting it would be subject to an attorney review, or if not, I also think that though it could be an exception to FERPA, but again, I'm not providing an opinion related to that. So that's where we are. I think that the information that I've suggested would be worth sharing is important. I'm placing on it because I think it's important. If nothing wrong has been done and everything was done in accordance with the law, then this will be a moot issue. Provide the documents and nothing will occur. If there is an issue, well, then we'll find out. And so I think it's very important that this go forward. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mrs. Zakor.
This is now your third safari. Your first safari came with this, the censure document. And That went to the Miami County Prosecutor's Office because we didn't want to spend tax dollars doing the investigation. The document that you created, Mr. Patrick, as an attorney board member, you engaged in a conflict of interest. You're not the attorney for this board. You just happen to be a board member who happens to also be an attorney. You created a legal document and asked the board to sign it, including yourself. That's like the attorney who witnesses the accident at the four-way stop, runs over and hands the person the card and said, I saw everything, I'm a witness. And by the way, I'm an attorney and I can represent you. That's a big no-no in the legal profession. You created your own document, a legal document. You asked this board to sign it and you were willing to sign it. And the document itself was adverse to this board. And we don't take an oath to do things that is adverse to this board and to this district. We take an oath to support this district. So to answer the call of taxpayers' money, we agreed, oh, we're not going to turn that censor document over. And I didn't run away from it. I ran toward it. I said, fine, analyze it. Go for it. I said that. You didn't say that. I wanted it to be reviewed. And we handed it over to the Miami County Prosecutor's Office to save the taxpayers those dollars. Digging up all those documents and this and that and whatever. And now there's another alarm, or what I call a safari, because you're on a hunt. And you've engaged in another safari with the auditor's office. It wasn't there before. And by the way, at the high school meeting, what was that, the 25th? I said I would provide you with an email where the three of us, the two new board members weren't here at the time, but in 2020, there was an auditor's report mentioning this very investigation. And you did receive it, as did I, and the other board members, and I provided that. So I had credibility then, I have credibility now. And at that time in 2020, you didn't raise that with the auditor. The name of the person is in there with the investigation. You didn't raise that with the auditor. But now 18 months later, we've got an action to remove two board members up here in Miami County. And now we're gonna kind of pollinate more, hunt with the auditor's office and get these documents sort of declassified or unconfidential, if you will. And yes, you can redact the students' names that will probably be in there, but you're not going to be redacting the adult things, because I don't think it's redactable. I don't think it falls in that exemption category. And you are elevating something again, somebody who is no longer here, is moved on. And why? Just let that go with that person. I don't know what the game is here. I don't know what the end game is here. I want to be very clear. There's nothing in here that I'm running from. Okay, absolutely nothing. That's not my issue. My issue is the distraction, the time, the double speak, the double standards that's been going on constantly. So for example, and it's got to be said, let's just talk about this motion right here. It originally came out that you proposed this motion before the board on April 25th. Excuse me, April the 11th. This is the original motion. Went back and screenshotted. And there's nothing in there about redacting things as required under Family Education Rights Privacy Act. In fact, when you proposed this motion to the board, nobody even mentioned FERPA, but I did. I said, what are you guys doing? You just can't vote away the confidentiality of this data. And so you got to think about, maybe we do need to put that. So then Mr. Maines said, let's table this, which we did. We tabled that motion And then I'm reading this, and on April 25th, lo and behold, that motion got changed unilaterally without a board vote. So when you look at the April 11th versus the April 25th, now all of a sudden it states, and produce the same to the state auditor manager following and subject to legal counsel's review of the documents for any necessary redactions and preparation of any necessary written agreements required under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act as it concerns and is any way related to the following. So now all of a sudden, it's like light bulb moment. We need to put that clause in there for the redaction under FERPA. But the problem here, Mr. Patry, and since you're so proper in everything and wanting everything to be so right, you just unilaterally changed that motion. That's not the original motion. And another falsification is you put on April 25th, original motion from April 11th. This is a document. Like it or not, this is a document right here under the Records Act. And this is not the original motion from April 11th, because the original motion from April 11th doesn't include that clause about FERPA. It should have been a board vote. My fellow board members, if we were going to change that, it should have been proposed before this board to motion to revise the April 11th motion to include, and then et cetera, regarding FERPA. You don't have the right to do that unilaterally, Mr. Patry. I think your halo got tarnished on that one. Yet the criticism towards us and towards me. So technically, I think that what is in here right now, and because Mrs. Zakor pointed this out, of course, it would have just sat there and probably breezed on through. The full readable version of the motion with redacted language in it, that's what's on our screen today at this meeting. And the reason you see that with redacted language in it is because I raised voice and concern over procedure and keeping our documents, not falsifying them. I hope that people start waking up and realizing if you're willing to falsify and move forward on something like this, then, you know, getting into this stuff, okay, what you want released, executive session of February 10th, 2020. Here's another caveat that you don't bring up. I think it has nothing to do with a knowledge base. I think it has to do with just serving a self agenda here. We signed a confidentiality agreement. That former board member's right out there and knows what I'm talking about. And you do too, Mr. Patry. And so does Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Heatherly, and so does Mr. Lampy, who was in that meeting with us. And we signed that confidentiality agreement for that meeting. And the board may legally designate information confidential under Ohio Revised Code 102.03b. Revised Code 102.99 makes it a first-degree misdemeanor to violate the confidentiality provisions of Revised Code 102.03. That paper was signed by all 5 of us. I remember it clearly. It was one of my first executive sessions. And you're an attorney, so, you know, I bet your memory's there too. And now you just like want to put this in front of these 2 new board members who had no background knowledge of that, no understanding of that. Again, I'm not here to take advantage of people. I'm here to be transparent and do the right things and move forward. We are wasting so much time on this under manipulative conditions that aren't transparent, and it's got to stop. And I'm asking Mr. Maines and Mrs. Drum to be a part, to step up and help get us focused on students and staff and buildings and the things that we really need to focus on. And I'm not sure what the legal ramifications are for somebody who thinks they can waive that confidentiality. That might require a legal analysis and more expense for this district to satisfy your hunt. The other thing I want to bring up, and it's going to be said, Mr. Lampy was at that, and I'm not revealing an executive session because you announced who's coming into the executive session with you. And under Ohio Rules of Professional Conduct 1.13, the board attorney is obligated to proceed as necessary in the best interest of the organization. And the board attorney, when a lawyer knows or reasonably should know the organization's interests are adverse to those of the constituents, then the identity of the client shall be explained. What that means is the attorney has the obligation to represent the client, and the client is the board. It's not an individual. And now you are suggesting that Mr. Lampy doesn't know how to practice law. You are suggesting that Mr. Lampy was in there with us, and that somehow he didn't know who his client was, and it was just one person or two people. How insulting to Mr. Lampy. Because if that was the case, Mr. Lampy would, I would hope, speak up and say, hey, I can't do this because I represent the board, not just one or two individuals. So executive session, February 10th, 2020. I have no idea what you're trying to gain here. Really, I don't. Attorney-client privilege email, September 21st, 2020. I don't think I have that. So I'm not sure what's going on there, and I may be wrong, but I did do searches on that as well as the October 15th. Now, the one that I'm really disturbed about is number 4. Board of Education directing, requesting, authorizing an attorney from Retzel Andrus, legal professional, the subject matter of which was to discuss complaints of certain Board of Education members against Simon Patry, and to which Attorney Helen Carroll attended. I asked the very first time you put this up here, which was April 25th. I emailed you, Mr. Patry, and I said very politely, please tell me the meeting that you're referring to. Because I went back and I told you in my email, I painstakingly went through 2 years of meetings and I couldn't find it. I couldn't remember it. I don't recall ever sitting in a meeting specifically to talk about you with Ms. Carroll. I went through the things, I checked, I looked, and I said, please provide the meeting that you're referring to. You ignored me. We came into this board meeting, or excuse me, not this one, another board meeting occurred. And I emailed you again after that. I said, please provide me the date. I said, how can you expect someone to vote on something? This is not a mystery. This is not secretive. If that date occurred, then tell us what it is. You ignored me again. And then I said, this is the third time, Mr. Patry, and you said, Happy Easter, Ann. That was your only response. Happy Easter, Ann. You are the board president. And if that position does not suit you, or you don't feel, then please step down. Let Mr. Maines be the board president, because it was totally appropriate for me to ask for a meeting date that I still to this day don't recall ever occurring. And I would think that you would want to be very quickly to provide that date. My memory is not perfect, and if it did occur, then the very first time I asked for it, you could have provided it. And it happened on such and such, and this is it. Because I don't think it did happen. I haven't missed one meeting here. The only thing I missed was one policy meeting in 2 years. I've never missed any board meeting. I'm very proud of it. And I don't recall this ever happening. This executive session with Helen Carroll in there to talk about you and complaints against you. Now, there were some things that happened, and I am gagged, so to speak, because of the confidentiality. Well, let me just say it this way. There are statutory obligations in public education to report certain things. You know that, Mrs. Drum. And certain things got reported because that's what you have to do when you play in this arena. To suggest whatever it is you're suggesting, I don't know anymore. I'm so lost with it. It's just like just a little reluctant to just put that in there. But the ODE has statutory codes in here. And I can't go through it because I don't want to be in violation of executive session. But one thing triggers another, and you can't stop it. It has to be done if people are going to keep their license, including administrators and other people. And at that level, they can't just like ignore it, or they can, but they run a risk. And they're not going to do that. So this whole thing, the April 25th meeting, you said, I do have a duty to be honest and truthful in all things. Mr. Patry, you were not truthful and honest with this motion that you tried to slide in here redacted. Come on. Mrs. Dunaway has never done that in 2 years. I never recall that happening. And I would be just as lecturous with her as I would anyone else. I'm asking that this board not approve this, not go down into that hole, not because there's something to hide, because it's time to not spend any more money on attorney fees to go and do all this redaction and probably come up with the same thing that we already know. And then you also run the risk of that misdemeanor violation, first degree misdemeanor confidentiality violation. I suppose you can hire an attorney to do all the research on that and see if 2 new board members are able to waive that or not, or if it can only be waivable by the original ones who signed it. I don't know what the law is on that, because most people don't get jammed up like this, because most boards don't have hunters that spend their full time hunting and wanting to take people down. I recommend that this board not approve this and send a clear message that we have big issues ahead of us. And that's what we're here to do. And if there has been wrongdoing, I want the public to be assured of 2 things. You've got a document sitting in the Miami County Prosecutor's Office. You got another complaint sitting in the Common Police Court to remove me and Mrs. Dunaway. How much more do you want, sir? It's time to move on and put staff, kids, and facilities and these bigger issues ahead of us. That's my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Core. Anyone else?
I just have a question.
Sure.
Because I'm still trying to understand all of the things. Okay. So with this being presented and it being in a government type situation and these things are out there, what is our legal obligation to any of this? Like, because that's what my whole thing is. Like, I don't.
Yeah. I can't answer and provide you.
I mean, I don't.
That's not something I can answer.
Are you asking what is our legal obligation to provide these documents?
Yes.
There was a question from the auditor's office.
Mm-hmm.
The board can say yes or no, and then the auditor's office would determine if there's a next step.
Okay.
But I might like to add, there was a question from the auditor's office because this flame throwing got sent to the auditor's office.
Yes, I understand that. And I also know at our last meeting, we were all allowed to submit
Yes.
our own, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding all of the.
No, I understand.
You know what I mean? Like,
And I
there's a
did
lot of
copy
stuff that
you.
gets thrown.
Yeah, of course. So
Lot of-
there's a great amount.
Yeah.
And being
And
a
I'm
board
trying to
member
figure
is
out-
not this easy,
No.
little thing you show up. I mean, some people
No.
do it. I take it very seriously.
I
I like
do
to do my research. I like to
Mrs.
come.
Core, I think
No.
Mrs. Drum has the
Yes,
floor.
okay.
Yes, I
Sorry.
understand all the things you're saying. I'm doing the same thing. So I'm trying to do all my due diligence and go down all
Thank
my
you.
paths and
I
ask all
respect
my
that.
questions and calling and asking Mr. Stefanik knows I call him quite regularly to ask what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do. So that's why I'm asking this question right now. So I want to understand what.
So I have one more.
Yes.
If you're done, are you done?
I am done. Thank you.
Mr. Mays, did you have anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, only a couple things. To me, there's two things that keep going through my mind. Number one, if we have nothing to hide, then what's the big deal? And number two is if I'm afraid that if we don't provide the information requested by the state auditor, then what's that tell the auditor? And are they going to dig deeper? I just want to get this over and move on. You know,
have to provide the auditor anyway.
I'm sorry, you don't have a right to speak. I'm sorry, you don't have any right to speak at this meeting. This is a work session. You don't know, this is a work session. You don't have a right to speak.
Without any comments.
Yeah, this is a work session.
You're gonna ask for $51 million from our community, Simon. You better get it right.
Mrs. Dahl.
You got a choice here.
Mrs. Dahl, you are out of order. You are a board member. You understand that you cannot talk at a work session.
Oh, we
Mr.
ask
Mays.
people work questions stuff all
Go
the
ahead.
time during work sessions. It was not. Right. You can talk
Please,
to
I'm
me
asking you
during
to
work
please refrain from interrupting the meeting. Go ahead.
my point is that I just want to get this over and move on. So the sooner we do it, get the auditor, let the auditor look at it and find out that there's no big deal, nothing happened, that, you know, whichever, I don't care which one of you guys is right. I just want to move on. I'm tired of this. I've been a board member for 4 months. You know, I just want to get it done and over so we can all move on.
So,
I'd like to, I haven't had a chance to respond
go
to.
ahead.
My pages got out of order here, so. All right, so one of the things that was said is that I engage in legal representation of the school board. I've never engaged in legal representation of the school board. I'm an attorney by profession, but when I'm acting here, I'm just acting as a board member. So if I propose something or provide documents, providing as a board member, not an attorney. I've never taken a position adverse to the board. Every action I've taken, in my opinion, has been in line with my legal obligations to the board. At the last meeting and what you referenced today, your board member indicated that I had received a fraud risk assessment questionnaire back in 2020. I indicated I did not remember ever receiving the fraud risk assessment questionnaire. I still don't have any record of receiving one of those. I did receive the auditor's report that I was not involved in the preparation of. I wasn't part of the committee for it. And at the time, the issues that I have reported were still unclear to me. And so I don't believe that anything that I've reported in that fraud risk assessment questionnaire and in meetings that followed the 2020 audit report are inconsistent with anything other than at the time at which those events occurred. I'm not sure what the audit items that we're evaluating for someone who's no longer there or here. I'm bringing these up because it's my opinion that it needs to be provided, and I think I have a legal obligation too. I agree that this is a distraction and that we are having to spend time on things that I would rather not be spending time on, but I still think that I need to report what I need to report, and I've done that. In relation to the changed language of the fiscal year audit motion from April 11th to 25th and back again, that is absolutely correct. On April 11th, the motion did not have anything related to FERPA. Mrs. Zakor made the comment, and so did Mrs. Dunaway, that FERPA had to be considered I sent an email to Mr. Stefanik suggesting that we may want to add language related to FERPA. And I don't prepare the agendas. I send suggestions and I defer to Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Fox, and I suggested that that be added. When I noted that it wasn't outlined as a revision in the agenda, I was going to bring it up. It got tabled, and then we had a discussion about the tabling, but not the actual motion. At the next agenda review meeting that I had with Mr. Stefanik, I pointed out to Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Fox that if we were going to include that again, that I really wanted that to be highlighted, that had been added. I received a call from Mr. Stefanik, or a text asking me to call him about Mrs. Zakor's concern that had been added in this agenda. And then I had not had a chance to review it at the time and indicated, well, that's probably correct, that you need to do it differently. And I deferred to Mr. Stefanik as to how he wanted to handle it. And then, so that's why you have it today. It was not falsification or being false about anything. It was just me thinking that FERPA made sense to add to the motion, and it was out of order and not in line with the rules. Potentially, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on Robert's Rules of Order. I try to follow them, but it sounded like a good idea, so I thought it made sense to add it to prevent time to amend agendas. This wasn't unilaterally changed. It just was a suggestion I had, and certainly the board can take whatever action it wants on the motion, including amending it. Concerning confidentiality agreements and executive sessions and privilege, the privilege is not within the members and it's within the board, is my understanding. I could be wrong on that, I don't know. And so I was requested to provide information to me. The information I've provided in this suggested motion that Mr. Stefanik has presented as part of the agenda is responsive to that request. And because I know that there is executive session confidentiality and attorney-client privilege, and that as an individual I have the right to reveal that information, I requested permission to do that. The implication or the inference or the implication that somehow Mr. Lampy, I am somehow indicating that Mr. Lampy didn't perform his role appropriately, or that I feel he did something inappropriate. I can say that I don't believe that's the case. I think that Mr. Lampy was a great lawyer. As it relates to the emails where I allegedly ignored Mrs. Zakor and a third time wished her a happy Easter, I did not receive her first email in time before the meeting. It was on, I think, sent on a Saturday evening. I didn't have a chance to respond before the Monday meeting. I did provide a response that Friday after that meeting, and that response essentially told Mrs. Zakor that I don't have any access to records or emails or documents that she doesn't have access to, and to the extent that I don't have access to them, then we need board authority anyway. And so didn't think a response beyond that was required. And then I addressed some other issues related to that. And that email was April 14th. She was on Thursday, it looks like. Thursday, 7/24. So that was in response to her, it looks like, Wednesday, April 13th request. I understand statutory obligations and education-related reporting. I believe I'm doing my best to fulfill my fiduciary and legal obligations. That's all I've got to say about that.
I'd like to respond.
I just got you, so go
So I
ahead.
don't lose train of thought.
So if Mrs. Dunaway, you
I'll yield, I'll
haven't
yield.
spoken, all right.
I'll yield.
Mrs. Zakor,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you very much.
Well, we know that when we talk slow, we kind of, this is part of the art, making your oral arguments. Attorneys get very well trained in doing this. And so I'm going to try to make my counter or oral argument to that, Mr. Patrick. Let's start with a very insulting excuse about responding to my email. So what if it was on Saturday? You're the board president, Mrs. Dunaway did nothing but live on there. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right up until she came in. Just an amazing work ethic for her being an officer. Board president, you must have greater time commitment. And checking that. Now, you told me, yes, you are correct. The first time you didn't respond, and then I came to the meeting, I said, you ignored me. But I emailed you again after that meeting, and you did respond, and you basically said, take a hike in. You basically said, oh, you have the same access to all the information that I do, go fish. And that's the short of it. Let's just cut through the gentle, the gentlemanly dialogue here and cut down to the chase. Go fish, Ann. You have as much access as I do, go find it. Now, here's why that's so inappropriate. To the board president, you created the content of what you want this board to authorize. And for some reason, to this moment, after I finish talking, I'd like you to tell me the meeting date of that executive session. Because why would you ask people to authorize something when you're not even giving them the date of it? Is that to keep it so open-ended that you can just go out there and fish around and pull in this and pull in that and then come back and say, well, the board authorized me to do it. I didn't say what exact executive session. So I just happened to open up all 10 of them or whatever. I was dismissed as your board member. My president dismissed me and basically told me to go take a hike. And to this very moment, as we speak, you have not identified the date of this executive session. If this is becoming a tiring conversation for people, let me remind you, this came to our front door by Mr. Patry. The FRAC report, no, another truth, but with a lot of omissions. The 2020 report that I sent you, that I said I would, was not exactly the FRAC report as what we looked at, but it's the outcome of partly the outcome of the FRAC report, and it had all the stuff in there that's in here. And the point is, in 2020, you didn't react to that document, Mr. Patry. You didn't, and it said clearly on there. Oh, if I brought it, it said contact. Oh, yes, I did bring it. Here it is. At the very end, I'm not going to give you at the very end. Please let us know during the audit any events or concerns come to your attention of which we should be aware. Where was your concern then regarding these people's names that are in here, Bricker and Eckler, plus all the things that you're wanting to try to pry open here in some, nefarious way to make it look very nefarious. It's all here, redlined. Where was your concern then? Because there wasn't a removal process going on for 2 board members? And now there is, so you want to give that extra boost and padding up there? I don't know. Don't put anything past you, Mr. Patry. It's just gotten so proper ugly. I don't put anything past you. Lampy is a great lawyer. Well, I didn't say he wasn't a great lawyer. You just said he's a great lawyer, but you're also indicating by your innuendos that Mr. Patry doesn't understand who his client is. And that there was some expanded services here that were not authorized, that were not board authorized. And therefore, because Mr. Patrick or Mr. Lampy's law firm engaged in that, the inference is that that their attorneys, including their associates, must not understand the client concept. And I think that's insulting. As far as engaged in legal representation, I made a statement that you created a legal document unilaterally and presented it to this board. It's the 5-page censure document that this community knows about, that's been paying attention. It's absolutely a legal, you created a legal document by yourself. You didn't run it past our legal counsel. You didn't consult with any board member. You just whipped it out at the meeting and asked people and read it. And forcefully, if it would not stop reading it, we asked, and then you wanted people to, your board, including yourself, to sign the document that you created. And the document was adverse. It wasn't talking about giving us all beautiful Christmas presents or something. It was adverse to this district and to this board. Now, Mr. Mings, you say you just want to move on, then why don't you just move on and not vote for this? And I don't see how you can sit there and feel comfortable when you don't even, I don't know what that executive session date is. How would you know? Secondly, the executive session of February 10th was confidentiality agreement signed. And according to that statute that I told you, it makes it a first-degree misdemeanor to violate that provision under revised code 102.99. I don't know that you have the right to relinquish that confidentiality. So maybe you do. I really don't know, but that would require, in my opinion, another legal analysis and research. And here we go again, more money. Mr. Patrick, you're exhausting people. And I want to say something here. I've been really kind and professional. Honestly, I have, with all the stuff that I know. You have no idea. And I'm just not about ready to let it go. You have sat here for 2 years and said no board member acts alone. No board member does this. You acted alone when you changed that motion. That's a little stuff. You also acted alone when you sent this very rebuking, lengthy email to our board attorney, who happened to be a female, correcting her, teaching her and schooling her on law. She and her husband, 40 years, they just retired in education law. And even I'm requesting that you provide us a written agreement that will identify when and by whom instructions will be provided to you. You unilaterally requested of our board attorney an action. You are the biggest hypocrite that I have come across in a very long time. And how dare you to lecture Mrs. Dunaway, and when and even myself, when no individual acts alone this way, you have to get board authorization. And you just turned right around and did it yourself, and here's the proof in the pudding. And that's just one incident, because I've been kind. I've been very ladylike and professional, and I'm going to not be so much. There's a lot in here. This is rich. It's really rich. And that's why I come here frustrated. And I say that's why it's time. People that live in glass houses and throw stones, it's time to move on. Then we've got the invoices, I have them, of what you ran up in 2020 with all your phone calls to Mr. Lampy. Individually, oh, don't frown your eyebrows. I can give you the dates. I know them. I know the dates, and I know the billing time on. Oh, it's very interesting. You don't see, my name was on there once, and that was in January when I started. Well, Mr. Patrick, your name's on there several times. Yeah. And then in 2019, we've got Andrew Venture's name on there quite a bit. acting without board approval. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think it was wrong what you did, sir. I think it was your right to pick up and ask the attorney. But I've had that position since I took the time to educate myself with Ohio school board attorneys and ask them about the legalities of this. And when I asked Mrs. Carroll as well. So I can certainly see how the system could be abused, absolutely, and it needs to be monitored and watched and reined in if it is being abused. But I never said that I thought it was wrong or illegal like you did when you came here and started bloviating about it is illegal, it's not even a statute. Okay, there's a lot to unpack. It just keeps going and going. You have a tendency to want to over legalize issues because you're an attorney that has not accepted your role as a board member. I think we can end this combatant approach, and I think we can get on track. And I think we had great information on our facilities tonight. We have a lot ahead of us. And I appreciate my new board members. I honestly do. I've had no qualm with that. I feel, you know, I really do. And I want us to be a good board. I argue, heck yes. Okay. That's what good family does. You know, they go back to board. But I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay is this sort of camouflage dressed up process that's really not vetted in integrity. I recommend that we not vote to approve this. There's some legalities here that need to be questioned. Yeah. I don't see the justification for the expense of additional attorney fees. And do you folks, the two new ones, understand that there are pages and pages in this document and some of the stuff that could, with redaction and review, and I named stuff like that. And so I'm asking you to consider the cost of that. We just had our teachers wanting to spend $15,000 on buses so they can have their early dismissal.
Here's 5,000.
Well, yeah. And I also, this is not about dodging the bullet. It says if you have nothing to hide, I don't have anything to hide. Oh my gosh, I'd love for it to come out. I'm really proud of what I've done. But what I'm trying to say, Mr. Maines, that inability to hide should come out through either the Miami County prosecutor's review of things with the censure document, because that was all part of in there. It was in there. The alluding to it of services and stuff. And then it should also come out through the removal process, through any hearing where evidence is produced. I'd like this to end. And Mr. Patry, I would like you to start taking your role as the president seriously and responding to each of your board members, not in a snide way. This is not a game. And I'd like you to stop hunting other board members and to get down to the business of really making things work for our community. Thank you.
Mrs. Dunaway.
I'll be fast because I wasn't here, so I don't want to be rude and take up your guys' time when you've already been here. So I can wrap mine up pretty quickly. First of all, I just want to know, did you guys discuss the fact that what Simon has on here didn't match up with April 11th? He added some stuff. Okay, so I can, all right, no need, I'm good. And the other thing is here's what I don't like about this. To reiterate what Mrs. Zakor said. We already have Simon censure with the prosecuting attorney. He censured his own board. You guys know that. We have the TCC Action LLC removal going on. That was supposed to be wrapped up in 30 days. I think we're approaching 6 months. So this is already kind of being taken care of, right? I mean, this will all come out one way or the other. What I don't like about this content is, well, I don't even know what one of them was. Like Mrs. Zakor said, I don't know the date. The 10/15, the 9/2, the 9/21. Once you open it, once you open a can of worms, it's hard to get the worms back in the can. So it's kind of like when you start painting your house. You start painting your house, you're like, ooh, now I hate my carpet. Ooh, now the couch doesn't look right. And then pretty soon you have a whole new house. So what I don't like about what we're doing, is the previous board
us three, Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Heatherly, we signed a confidentiality in executive session with an attorney. That is how much I, as board president, wanted to protect the information in the February 10th meeting. That person that was discussed in that executive session deserves confidentiality. It could be Mr. Stefanik next. Mr. Barnes is here. He's a new principal. It could, I mean, right? It could have been something that he was being accused of that never happened. Every person that works in this district, if it's declared to be executive session, deserves confidentiality. I mean, my gosh, who are we to say, okay, we're going to help the people that are trying to remove 2 board members, and they need this February 10th email in order to get these 2 board members removed. And gosh darn it, who cares about the person that got investigated? Because that person is still a person, it's still an education. So now is that going to bring this up for that person? Is this person going to be back out in the public eye now? Because once we start talking about this, it's going to get out of control. So that's my concern. My concern is that people that have moved on with their lives are now going to be drugged back into the middle of this. And sorry. So going to the September 21st email, which I can't discuss because it's privileged. But it was my email, so I know what it was. Here's the thing that I know where we're going with that. TCC Action needs that email because one of the things that they claimed is that the BOE3 bullied, harassed, and intimidated administrators. Bullied, harassed, and intimidated. I don't know how that can happen when you're not having direct conversations. It's hard for me to bully somebody if I'm not speaking to them directly. There's a difference between bullying and holding people accountable. I will never apologize for holding people accountable. That's why I got elected. People either love me or hate me, and that is perfectly fine with me because I am a very Black and a very white person. I am a rule follower. Here's the rule. This is how you follow it. Mr. Stefanik knows this about me. I don't care if it's my best friend. If you lied, and I'm calling you out. That's just how I am. It's called integrity. Now, some people don't like that. Oh, she's a bully. Is she a bully? Or did she stand up for kids when nobody else had the backbone to say, you know what? People should not treat kids that way in this district. Go, Mrs. Dunaway. You had the cojones to say, time out, people. Kids deserve better. Staff deserves better. This community deserves better. And that's what that February 21st email is about. And to say that the BOE3 bullied, harassed, and intimidated somebody, that person has already been non-renewed at their next district. So is that true? So now do we want to talk about that? Because that email, now are we going to call that district and say, gee, why did they get non-renewed? Because in Tipp City, everybody was on the social media pages. We lost a great administrator. Those girls are bullies. They are bullies. No, we're not bullies. Holding people accountable is a lot different than bullying. And the fact that that administrator didn't make it 1 year at their next job, I don't think anyone bullied anybody. Come on, that is crap. Not only are they not non-renewed, they're not even an administrator anymore. So should we talk about that? So if that email pulls up, we're going to pull up all that crap. Did that person deserve a little confidentiality when they left this district? I would have to believe they did. Enough. This is nothing but dirty, nasty politics. I would like to think that we can be better than this. We can be better than this. And as far as the October email, for the love of all things, we have discussed this. How many attorneys does it take to discuss the October 15th email? I mean, I am sorry. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. I don't agree with everything my husband does, but we're still married after 20 years. I mean, you agree to disagree. When 5 attorneys say nothing happened out of that October 15th email, I am sorry that Mrs. Heatherly thinks I did something wrong. I am so honest that I actually reached out to Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Carroll, and I said, if I did something wrong, oh my gosh, please tell me, because I cannot sleep at night. I will call, I will apologize. Tell me, how do I make it better? Do I need to step down? Like, I didn't think I did anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, but Mrs. Heatherly thinks I did something wrong. Is she an educational law attorney, or are the 5 people who read those emails and said, oh my gosh, take a breath, you didn't do anything wrong? Who are we going to believe? A board member with no educational law experience or 5 educational law attorneys? Enough is enough. We've wasted 3 board meetings talking about this when we should be talking about bleachers, boilers at Nevin Copic. We've got raises coming up. How are we going to get new administrators in our district when they feel like they're walking on eggshells and you can't even resign from Tipp City without the board saying, well, we're just going to run you through the mud and bring all this crap back up again. You don't even get to leave peacefully. That's outrageous. I'm sorry, that is outrageous. People deserve confidentiality. It's nonsense. It is nonsense. TCC Action LLC, let them handle this. That's what they're doing. We need to stop talking about this and move on.
I agree. You know, we need to move on.
Come on, so that's a form, Mr. Mays, you guys be recognized. Go ahead.
No, like I said, I don't like living in ugly. This is living in ugly. And here's the other thing. What I don't like about it is once you start peeling back the onion, you can't stop. And I'm going to one of these emails, which is the September 21st email. And the person I'm worried about is Mr. Stefanik. Because what's going to come out in that email, it's not going to be good for Mr. Stefanik. And there was an innocent person involved in that, which is how we got that information. And that person could lose their job for giving the information. Does that person deserve that? Because that person was protecting children. And then we go on to the fact, did the district handle that properly? Because Mrs. Dell and I sent emails for 4 months. We didn't get any answers. So I don't know. Again, Mr. Stefanik is going to get drugged into this September 21st email. I still have plenty to say about that. But much like Mrs. Zakor, I'm going to be a lady because we're all human. I'm still mad about September 21st. I don't like the way that was handled. I've had many conversations with Mr. Stefanik. I'm a very honest person. He knows I'm still mad about that. I'll still be mad about that when I leave the school board and get on with my life. I will still think about the students involved in that and how we did them wrong. That will haunt me forever. I'm not the president, so you have to sign.
Are
You want my mitt? Get it high.
Are you done, Mrs. Dunaway?
I am finished.
Right. Who was first, Mrs. Drummer or Mr. Mays?
No, Mr. Raines.
Mr. Mays?
Well, I'm going to just say, I want to move on too. So if that means, and I think I feel bad for both of them, I really do, you know, but.
Don't feel bad for me, the truth prevails.
But, you know,
But I appreciate
wish
that.
the
I
board
appreciate that.
was like the board that I was on before.
Social media has changed stuff. It
Well,
really has.
I know, but
It's sad.
I'm just going to say that you have some good points, okay? My point was that I want to move on. So if that means letting the state auditor find it, you did nothing wrong, then I was hoping that maybe that would be the case and it would somewhat vindicate whatever it is that Amber and I don't know what the heck was going on. So I was kind of hoping that that would be the result and then we could move on. But, okay, if it's where we have to let the chips fall where they may, like you say, let the court decide, let the TCC decide, let, you know, the state
Prosecutor.
auditor get into it, let the prosecutor do it, then fine. Maybe we'll just let them do that
Exactly.
and stop this.
Well, they're the
Because
experts.
I'm
We're not,
tired of
we're
it.
not the experts. They do it for a living. We don't do this for a living.
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I
I want our board meetings to go back
To kids,
to kids.
right?
I got on this for my grandkids and for the parents and the teachers.
We haven't done that. We're fighting about dumb
I'm
stuff.
trying. I'm trying and I'm tired of this.
I'm tired
You
too.
have an agitator that
I don't want to
continually-
talk about it anymore.
Well, that's the
So I'm
problem.
going to take,
Some-
I am going to
some
say-
agitation.
I'm going to take that motion off the floor. I'm tired of it.
Thank you.
I second. Your motion off the floor. I second.
I want to go home.
Thank you.
All right, so just point of order here. So at the end of your comments, Mr. Mays, you indicated that you wanted to take, to withdraw this motion. I don't know and then I think Mrs. Drum, you indicated a desire to do that as well. I can't read the room beyond what was said today, but I think it might be easier just to vote and have the vote fall where it does, which is going to be the result. So my suggestion is that we just call it a vote.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
If somebody motions,
Amber seconded.
and Amber seconded, you cannot discount that.
Well,
It's an amendment to the motion, and so it has to be dealt with.
it's not an amendment. I think that it was a request to withdraw, and so let me look it up.
Well, okay, it's not the main motion, and
It might be under the same thing. One moment.
let's just say it's a subsidiary motion.
If you have a motion in a second, we should vote. Rick's motion, Rick's motion, Amber's second.
Put it to the floor.
To remove.
That's fine. There's good for the will here. So
Main's drum.
there is a motion to amend this or to withdraw this item from today's agenda. Moved by Mr. Maines, seconded by Mrs. Drum. Is there, Mr. Maines, do you have any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Drum?
No, I just want to look into a couple things.
All right, and then Mrs. Zakor, Mrs. Dunaway, do you have anything you wish to say?
Do you want to add anything? Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
All right. Hearing no further discussion, please call the vote on the motion to withdraw this from the agenda.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, we are now at the executive session.
Yes. Graduation date, E.
Oh,
We forgot
yes,
graduation.
yes.
But there's no attachment.
Mr. Patrick,
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Stefani.
if it pleases the board, there are two examples in here on how to withdraw a motion and what you just did was one of them. So
Well, this isn't my first rodeo. I've been doing this 7 years, so thank you.
Thank you very
it
much.
also could have been done with lack of any objection without a vote. But doing a vote just makes it that much clearer.
It's cleaner.
All right, well, we'll get it right. 3E graduation date 2023. Is there a motion to open up discussion?
I motion.
I second.
Mrs. Zakor, Mrs. Drum?
Okay, I will admit, I sort of dropped the ball on this when we got the new calendar. There's just been a lot of things going on.
What? What's been going on?
Anyway, I got a call or a contact from somebody, and I really see their point about, I know Mrs. Dunaway's been really carrying the torch on this, I think the longest and the loudest about not having graduation on Memorial Day weekend. I get the fact that this, for the fall calendar, we're starting a little later, which I think is a great idea with all the heat over there in Broadway in August.
Devin too.
Exactly. And so I understand that part. We start later, so we end later, and then for graduation maybe falls on that Memorial Day weekend. But a lot of parents don't like the Memorial Day weekend. It's a time for, that 3-day break. They get to go visit whatever. And I also feel, I'm not gonna look at it when I say this, but I feel bad for the administrators. I mean, it's their Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
The high school, the way I understand it, the principals work year round.
Yeah.
And so it's beautiful weather. It's the Memorial Day weekend.
Go be with your family. Yeah, be with your family.
Well, and so by having it here, not only the parents, I think a fair amount, if not the majority, don't appreciate it on Memorial Day. I think in fairness to our administration, including Mr. Stefani, because he's there as well, and the high school, my question is this, I don't know how you tweak those hours and this, but can you put it at something for 2023 other than Memorial Day? And if you can't do that, if you can't move it from that Saturday, can you at least maybe move it to that Friday? A very nice person emailed me and made that suggestion that, at least if they graduate Friday evening, they have Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to take off and do whatever. But I just feel like we owe it really to our administrators, and I really mean that sincerely. I don't care. My child's out this year. you know, I'm free of that, so it's not like this is a personal interest, self-serving. I just think it's the better way to respect our staff, have that full Memorial Day. You know, if you do this every year, basically, they don't have a Memorial Day holiday. I mean, and you too, Mr. Stefanik, you're there. So that's my take on it, and I was just hoping we could be creative and try to help change that for 2023.
That was kind of my thought too. I've had a lot of parents come and say
Mhm.
that to me, that they really like that this year it's earlier so that they can enjoy
Took me 7 years.
enjoy that holiday. So
Yeah.
that was just my thought on that as well.
So I look at these two and say.
Mrs. Dunaway?
So Mr. Stefanik, as Ann mentioned, I've been battling this for 7 years. It's no secret. I hate graduation on Memorial Day. Everyone knows that about me. I'm proud of it too. I don't care. I just think that there's not enough family time. We all have kids that play sports. We all deserve our family time. And we shouldn't have to, you know, dictate to people how they spend their Memorial Day weekend. You want to go to the lake, go to the lake. You want to stay home and paint your house, paint your house. You want to plant flowers, do what you want. But I didn't see the survey go out this year for the class of 2022, because for the last 2 years, no, but 2022 too. The person that we got the email from, we didn't do a survey for the 2022. We okayed it on the calendar, but I had sent you a couple emails, because for the last 2 years, we've sent out surveys to the senior, and we didn't do it this year, and I know that because I do have a kid in that class. So I would not have missed that survey. I would have been like, no Memorial Day. So why did we not do that for 2022? We did the
Well,
last 2 years.
We had survey information from some years, and so when the calendar was approved and it was off Memorial Day weekend, we didn't send it because it was off Memorial Day weekend.
But 2022 is Memorial Day weekend. The class of 22, I'm pretty sure that's what the mom said.
No, that's 23.
23.
2022 is this graduation coming up.
My brain is
Yeah,
backwards.
yeah,
Yes, correct. We're all
Okay.
on the same page.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry.
So we didn't send it to
This is what happens when you come to a
graduation.
meeting very late.
Yeah, we didn't do
Okay,
it for this year because we were off Memorial Day weekend.
right.
And so with calendars, again, my mind is still trying to get used to calendars 2 years in advance.
Yeah.
And so the calendar came and went last year, and it is listed on Memorial Day weekend.
Are we gonna do a survey?
Oh, we
Is it
can,
too
yeah, we
late?
can, no, we can do a survey.
We can do it now.
Yeah.
The junior class, because they're gonna be that's the
Seniors next
parents.
year.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
easy.
Yeah, we can do that,
Okay.
and then it'll be some work for Mr. Barnes and me, because he's already started making some calls and some venues. All the venues that we've used in the past are.
But we don't have COVID, so we've always used the high school. The only reason we
Right.
switched was because of COVID. So our high schools are high school. I mean, you know,
Right, there is the high school
Right.
option, and so, we can look out there and see what the, what the will of the senior class.
poor Mr. Barnes, I feel like everything gets dumped on him. He's been in the last 3 meetings. They've been super long. It's like.
Can I address?
Okay.
So one thing I want everybody to know, I've already reached out to Hobart. It is packed that weekend,
Sure,
that week, and it's not available the next week.
for 2023.
Yes.
Yeah.
And for 2024.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Yeah, they're already.
We've always used the high school. That just switched because of COVID, because we wanted to socially distance.
So that would be,
Yeah.
we could put it, but
It is crowded, for sure.
we will not have Hobart as an option.
Gotcha.
So.
Mrs. Jones, do you have anything you want to say?
No, I was just thinking other things, but yeah.
No, Mr. Maines? Anyone else? All right. We're now to executive session, item 4A.
Wait, what did we discuss on
Yeah,
graduation? Are we
excuse me,
done? How'd that
Mr.
wrap up?
Patrick, could you do a wrap up on that? Where are we?
No, Mr. Barnes and I work on a.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you,
Work on a
okay,
survey and we'll see
gotcha.
what we can work out.
Okay,
Cool.
Anything else to discuss on graduation? Item executive session. Before we go to executive session, I will first entertain a motion to adjourn for a 5-minute break. We will re-enter after if it passes, we'll re-enter prior to going to executive session. Is there a motion to take a 5-minute break?
I motion to take a 5-minute break.
I'll second.
5-minute break by Mrs. Drum and Mrs. Dunaway. The time is there. Any discussion on the 5-minute break adjournment? All right, hearing no discussion, Ready for vote, Mrs. Fox?
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Baines,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Secor.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Oh,
We're adjourning for a 5-minute break. The time is now 8:06 PM. We'll return at 8:11 PM.
Kids like, dude,
You're good.
they're kids, they're not Yankees.
We are now returning from the
Oh, okay.
adjournment, the 5-minute break.
Okay.
Time is 8:11. And we are now to item 4A, adjourn executive session. And Mr. Stefanik, before I go too much further in this item, who do you anticipate needing to invite into this executive session?
Ms. Fox, David Hurt, board attorney from Retzel and Andrus. That would be for 2 parts. And then for the third part, Dr. Tuttle Huff and Michelle Bell.
And when you say the third part, you're referring to actually 4B for Dr. Tuttle Huff and Michelle.
Wherever it says, the one that says
It's B.
negotiate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's B.
Yeah, so we might do them out of order. I'm gonna try to do the attorney part first and then shut down the attorney, and then we'll just work with our people
Okay.
after that.
And then Dr. Tuttle Huff and then, I'm sorry,
Michelle Bell.
Michelle. There is presently a motion or a recommended action is to adjourn executive session for purpose authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G4 to review negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation on the terms and conditions of employment. For that section, we would be anticipating inviting Dr. Tuttle Huff and Michelle Bell. Additionally, adjourning the executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G3 to confer with an attorney for the Board of Education concerning disputes involving the board that are subject of pending or imminent court action. And G1 to consider investigation or charges or complaints against a public employee, official, license, or student. And we anticipate inviting Attorney David Hurt with Retzel and Andrus to those sections. And are we inviting Mrs. Fox and Mr. Stefanik to all 3?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, if you can call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry.
Abstain. Motion passes. We're now adjourning to executive session. Time is 8:14 PM.
Okay, Brad.
Long meeting. 5 hours. Oh my God.
Amber, tell me actually like your ass is gonna do this shit next year.
No.
Actually, she'll be playing softball freshman year. Hey, I had perfect attendance. I got lucky that the team.
Yeah.
That you.
I know.
It wasn't.
Whether-
Hey.
We're live.
It's been working my ass off for
Right.
13 years.
Turning from, or adjourning the executive session, returning to the regular meeting time is 9:57 PM. Next item up is upcoming meetings, 5A. Regular meetings on Monday, May 23rd, 2022 at 6 PM, Board of Education. After that, we have a work session on Monday, June 13th, 2022 at 5 PM, the Board of Education. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move. Second.
Motion by Zakor, seconded by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion, please call the vote, Mrs. Fox.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Names,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Fantastic.
All right, our meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes.
I know, dude, I have to.